Chapter 56. The forest was very dark, and it was almost impossible to see anything clearly in the middle of the night. A cloud floated over their heads, and even the stars were dim. Lin Muyu had no choice but to pull out the burning prairie sword and activate her vital energy. Instantly, flames surged from the sword, illuminating the path ahead. Antidote. Antidote, he kept muttering, but in his heart, he was thinking about the 3 antidotes in the alchemy recipe. One was a level 1 medicine, which could only cure symptoms with low toxicity. The second was a level 5 medicine, and the third was a level 9 medicine. This level 9 medicine was called heart-calming powder, and most people in this world did not know how to refine it. However, only the heart-calming powder could cure this beauty's poison. After all, it was the dragon snake's poison, and normal antidotes would not be able to do anything. The spirit concentration powder could only be consumed in advance to prevent poisoning, but for symptoms that had already been poisoned, only the heart-calming powder could cure it. Lulu. He called out softly, and very quickly, a faint green light flew out of his eye. The elf female official, Lulu, rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked, "Brother, what's wrong?" "I'm in a deep sleep to recover the spiritual energy that I lost last time. Help me see if there are any heart-calming grass and dragon saliva grass around here." Lulu widened her eyes, looked around, and said, "Dragon-seeking forest. Let me think, I just searched for resources here a few days ago." Brother, the heart-calming grass is not far away, just 2 miles ahead. As for the dragon saliva grass, it's a bit far, 10 miles away. Do you want to look for it? It's so far, and the sky is so dark. Especially the dragon saliva grass, it grows in a cave, and there's a dragon snake beast living inside. Lin Muyu clenched her teeth. It was probably this dragon snake that injured the beauty just now, right? Forget it, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Go! He immediately activated falling star steps and charged into the distance like a meteor. Within a few minutes, he stopped beside a huge rock and sniffed it. A familiar scent drifted over. It was the heart-calming grass. Lowering his head, he saw a faint glow coming from under the rock. It was like starlight. It was the heart-calming grass. Excited, he stretched out his arm and gently pulled at the bottom of the rock. Instantly, a stalk of heart-calming grass appeared in his palm. He continued to gather more and kept them in his arms. Then, he stood up and said, "Lulu, lead the way. We're going to find the dragon saliva grass." The female elven official flapped her transparent wings and flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Fortunately, Lin Muyu's falling star step wasn't slow either. She followed closely behind the female elven official. 10 miles wasn't too far, but it wasn't too short either. After arriving, she was slightly out of breath. In front of the towering stone wall, an ancient tree towered into the sky. At the root of the tree was a large hole that extended all the way down. Lin Muyu guessed that the dragon snake had yet to return from its hunt, so there shouldn't be too much danger here. She took the burning prairie sword and stepped in. Ugh, an extremely fishy smell almost made him faint. Looking at the surrounding ground, there were bones of wild beasts everywhere. He could even see human skulls, which were hideous and horrifying. After walking down for almost 5 minutes, he finally saw a stalk of fluorescent dragon saliva grass on the stone wall. Dragon saliva grass was a level 9 herb. It was almost extinct on the continent. This dragon snake was about to ascend to become a real dragon, so it produced some dragon energy. Under the years of exposure, a small amount of dragon saliva grass grew. It could be considered as an opportunity. He quickly gathered all the dragon saliva grass here and put them into his pocket. He actually felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Just as he was gathering all the dragon saliva grass, he suddenly thought that since he had entered deep into the tiger's den, he might as well search again. Dragons all like to collect treasures. This dragon snake had lived for at least 10,000 years, so it must have collected a lot of treasures, right? Step by step, he walked into the deepest part of the cave. However, he was disappointed. There were only 7 or 8 snake eggs placed on the dry grass. As for treasures, there was none. Crack, the eggshell of a snake egg cracked open. Accompanied by a jia-jia sound, a small dragon snake broke out of the eggshell. It innocently swam towards Lin Muyu, as if it was looking for its mother. Lin Muyu was speechless. It kicked the little snake away and said, "Go away, silly thing. This old man is not your mother. But this old man doesn't mind getting rid of your mommy." At this moment, a sharp cry came from outside. It sounded like a dragon's cry, but also like a snake's hiss. Immediately, Lin Muyu's body trembled. Was its mommy coming back soon? At this time, it didn't seem like it could deal with this with its own strength. It had to leave. It quickly left the cave, carrying the burning prairie sword and returning along the path it came from. The clouds dispersed, and the stars still softly scattered in the forest. Qin Yin had already fainted. Her face was purple, and the poison was too deep. "Wake up, miss." Lin Muyu shook her arm forcefully. Only then did Qin Yin slowly wake up. Her head was still burning, and she looked at Lin Muyu and said, "Did you find the antidote?" "Yes, but I only found some herbs. I need to refine the medicine." "Don't sleep anymore, or else you won't wake up." Lin Muyu looked at her face and couldn't help but feel a bit of heartache. If such a beautiful girl were to be poisoned to death, then it would be such a pity. Being able to save her life could be considered a great contribution to the world. After all, there were so many girls in the world, and such a beautiful girl was rarely seen. Even Tang Xiaoxi's beauty was slightly inferior to her. He sat down on the ground and put down the heart-calming grass. He raised one hand and began to refine the medicine. This was not all. He also raised his left hand and began to refine the medicine of the dragon saliva grass. The essence condensing hand was enough for him to do this. After all, it was known as the world's #1 medicine refining technique. Qin Yin leaned against a rock, and almost didn't have the strength to open her eyes. She could only squint her beautiful eyes and watch the youth refine medicine. Under the starlight, the light of the essence condensing hand was faintly discernible, and illuminated Lin Muyu's resolute face. Perhaps it was because of the overload of work, but his forehead began to drip with sweat. He exhaled more air than he inhaled. He was purely relying on his true qi to refine medicine. Just who is he? Qin Yin asked again and again in her heart. She had seen the scene of imperial medicine refiners refining medicine, and even the scene of king medicine refiners working. However, she had never seen anyone like the youth in front of her, who could refine 2 different kinds of medicine at the same time. It should be known that there were many ways to refine medicine, and every kind of medicine had its own unique refining method. About 10 minutes later, he hurriedly refined 2 kinds of medicine and placed them on the white cloth. Lin Muyu took out a few small bottles and water from his waist pocket. These were all prepared in advance. After all, as an alchemist, it was necessary to carry these things with him at all times. He gently raised his finger, and his true qi guided wisps of medicine into the small bottles. Soon, a bottle was filled. He closed the bottle cap and shook it hard. Then, he placed the small bottle in his palm. His true qi slowly rose from his palm, and lingered around the small bottle. This was the most important step in refining the heart-calming powder. Using the gentle force of his true qi to promote the combination of 2 kinds of medicine. Perhaps there were people in this world who knew the formula and proportion of the heart-calming powder, but there were definitely not many people who knew the technique. He might even be the only one who knew. Not long after, the first bottle of heart-calming powder was officially completed. Done. He wiped his sweat, looked up and said with a smile. Qin Yin was slightly stunned. She didn't know what to do, so she just nodded and said softly, what? Hurry up and take off your clothes. Ah. Qin Yin's heart skipped a beat. The young girl's shyness made her instantly blush. She asked, "Why do I have to take off my clothes? Do I have to use blood to detoxify like those Jianghu practitioners?" Lin Muyu couldn't help but laugh. "Let blood? No need. How can that third-rate detoxification method enter my eyes? Besides, blood is the source of power. Letting blood to detoxify is a huge waste. Don't worry, my antidote can automatically detoxify the poison in your blood. It won't cause any harm to you." "Then why do I have to take off my clothes?" Qin Yin asked in a low voice. "Ah, this." Lin Muyu was instantly confused. He couldn't possibly say that he wanted to see how her breasts looked like. That seemed a little rude. After all, they had only met by chance. "You need to sprinkle the antidote on your wound. Your wound is on your chest," he said. Qin Yin nodded lightly. Her face was flushed, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to commit suicide. "I don't have any strength in my body. You, help me take off my clothes, but you have to close your eyes." "Got it." Lin Muyu carefully reached out and unbuttoned her cloak. There was a golden flower embroidered on the button, which was exactly the same as the pattern on the golden coins. This beauty must have come from a rich family. Even the buttons were made of pure gold. Qin Yin closed her eyes. Her delicate snow-white shoulders trembled slightly. This was a kind of torture for her. In fact, it was also a kind of torture for Lin Muyu. Such a stunning beauty closed her eyes and let him do whatever he wanted. Fortunately, he had strong self-control. Otherwise, who knew what would have happened? The dark purple clothes slowly fell, revealing the white chest wrap below. Lin Muyu almost had a nosebleed when he saw it. This beauty's figure was too good, right? Below the delicate collarbone was snow-white skin. Extending downward, there were two protruding peaks. The ravine in the depths of the peaks was enough to crush thousands of heroes. However, the chest wrap had been pierced through. The blood had already condensed into purple crystals. The poison was very deep. "Does it hurt?" Lin Muyu felt a little heartache just looking at it. Qin Yin frowned, and the corner of her mouth revealed a trace of grievance. It was very painful before, but now I don't feel it." Where are you looking at?" Lin Muyu hurriedly looked away and turned his head. He gently pinched the top of the chest wrap and pulled it down. Although he couldn't see it, he could imagine the soul-stirring scene. Qin Yin let out a whimper. She had obviously touched the wound. She looked up and saw Lin Muyu turn around. She suddenly found it funny, but more than that, she was shy. Lin Muyu raised the heart-calming powder and tried to figure out the direction of the wound. "Is it here?" "A little to the left." Qin Yin looked at the position of his palm and said, "A little to the right, a little to the front." "Ah, where are your hands?" "A little to the back." "Yes, it's here." Lin Muyu slowly sprinkled the antidote and said helplessly, "You're so hot-tempered. Fortunately, you met a kind-hearted person like me. Otherwise, humph. Qin Yin secretly laughed. "Anyway, thank you, you're welcome. You promised to give me 1,000 Jinin coins. You won't renege on it, right?" "Of course." Chapter 57. Lin Muyu closed his eyes and held Qin Yin in his arms. He reached behind her to help her put on her clothes. Qin Yin's face was blushing, and her nose was filled with the other's scent. She seemed to have fallen into a very subtle state. After putting on her clothes, Qin Yin also felt a warmth in her chest. The heart-calming powder took effect very quickly. It was like a warm current that melted the body that had been frozen by the snake venom from her wound. Even the intense pain from her wound made Qin Yin understand that she had been saved. This brat really had some ability. He could even cure the dragon snake's venom. Feeling gradually returned to her arm. She quickly gathered her clothes and said, "Thank you, you're welcome. Where's the fee?" Lin Muyu was busy refining the other bottles of antidote. Why, do you care so much about money? Qin Yin sat up straight and regained some of the Empire's princess temperament. Of course, Lin Muyu could not say that he wanted to learn blacksmithing and needed money to buy materials, so he said, how would a daughter of a rich family like you understand the difficulties of us poor children? In short, we need money. Without money, we can't do anything. As he spoke, he put away the antidote he had refined and stood up with the burning prairie sword. I have urgent matters to attend to. Oh right, tell me your address. I'll pay you a visit later to ask for money. Qin Yin could not help but smile. Alright, I live in the capital's Tongtian Street 1, Tongtian Street. Lin Muyu thought for a moment and said with a smile, then it's on the same street as the War Holy Temple. That makes things easier. You're from the War Holy Temple? Qin Yin was stunned. Yes. Lin Muyu scratched his head and said with a smile, I still have urgent matters to attend to. I'll be leaving first. Oh, okay. Under Qin Yin's gaze, Lin Muyu swept away and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. After searching for a long time in the forest, he still couldn't find the horse he had lost. Instead, he saw many cavalrymen carrying torches walking through the forest, looking for something. Most of them are here to look for Xiaoxi. He thought to himself. He stopped looking for war horses and turned to rush into the fertile field. Suddenly, he realized that he had forgotten something. That's right, he had actually forgotten to ask that beauty's name. 1,000 Jin Yin coins might have been wasted. Luckily, he knew the address. Your Highness. Your Highness. In the forest, the shouts of the cavalry did not stop. It was late autumn in the dragon-seeking forest, and it was extremely cold at night. Qin Yin pulled her cloak closer, shivering from the cold. Due to her severe injuries, she could not summon her genuine qi, and she did not even have the strength to shout. Step by step, she walked to the jungle path and shouted at the top of her voice, I'm here. The imperial guards with sharp ears immediately turned around. When they saw the princess standing under the starlight, they immediately felt as if they had been given a new life. They shouted in ecstasy, General Feng, Her Highness is here. In the distance, Feng Jixing's arm was wrapped in gauze, and the white robe behind him was also dyed red. He held his saber and galloped over on his horse. He quickly dismounted and knelt on one knee. He cupped his fists and said, I'm late to the rescue. Is your highness all right? I'm fine. Qin Yin nodded and smiled. General Feng, are you injured? Feng Jixing shook his head and smiled. It's just a small injury. However, the imperial guards lost many brothers in order to defeat this 10,000-year-old dragon snake. It's really a sin. Fortunately, your highness is fine. This is great. He looked at the bandaged wound on Qin Yin's chest and could not help but ask, Your Highness. Weren't you stabbed by the dragon snake's venom? That venom. Are you really all right? I'm fine. The venom has been neutralized. How is that possible? That's the venom of a 10,000-year-old dragon snake. Feng Jixing was shocked. How did you neutralize it? I met a stranger. He helped me neutralize the venom. Oh, who is it? What's his name? This. Qin Yin was suddenly stunned. Her beautiful face was blank. Oh no, she actually forgot to ask for his name. She was still too careless after all. Feng Jixing seemed to have guessed something. He held back his laughter and continued cupping his fists. Since that's the case, I'll send someone to escort your highness back to the capital. I'll continue leading the search and rescue mission for Princess Xi. No, I want to go personally. Then. Alright, at the break of dawn, the light of the rising sun shone on the dragon-seeking forest. It was late autumn, and the maple leaves were like fire. A young girl held a walking stick made of tree branches and walked unsteadily in the mountains. Her small boots had been worn out by the sharp rocks, and her snow-white soles were exposed. Looking in the direction of the sun, she pouted and said, "That's the east, then, the southwest should be this direction." "No, no, it seems to be the other direction." As she spoke, she stomped her feet and said resentfully, "Tang Xiaoxi, why don't you study the geographical maps properly? Look at you now, you're lost again." Sob sob, "I'm so hungry," she continued to limp into the distance. She had to go, or else she could only wait for death. However, Tang Xiaoxi did not know that a pitch-black leopard was walking slowly on the other side of the mountain range. A pair of merciless eyes stared at her. To the black leopard, she was not a stunning beauty, but a delicious breakfast. This was a spiritual beast black leopard with a lifespan of 3,000 years. Moreover, it was in heat and needed a large amount of food to replenish its energy consumption. Its paws made no sound as it stepped on the fallen leaves and gravel, approaching Tang Xiaoxi step by step. Finally, when the two of them were less than 20 meters apart, the black leopard suddenly growled and leaped over. Tang Xiaoxi was immediately alerted. She opened one hand and the fire fox martial soul came out of her body. She raised the tree branch in her hand lightly and drew a cross-shaped light in the air. Bang! Who would have thought that the surface of the black leopard's body would actually have a shield made of spiritual power? It instantly broke through Tang Xiaoxi's obstruction and waved its sharp claws, leaving a terrible wound on her shoulder with a crack. If it was a normal day, Tang Xiaoxi would still have the strength to fight, but now that she was covered in wounds and hungry, how could she fight? She hurriedly stepped on the halo of the fire fox martial soul and ran away. Roar! The black leopard roared and chased after her. How could it let go of such a delicious meal so easily? Just as the black leopard's sharp claws descended again, the sound of horse hooves came from afar and a familiar voice shouted, "It's Princess Shi, hurry up and follow me." In the maple forest, a white figure galloped over. It was a young man in a white robe, holding a strangely shaped saber in his hand. Before he got close, he jumped up from his horse, opened his hand and shouted in the air, "Bastard, get out of here." Buzz! The golden light exploded and a golden iron chain appeared out of thin air, directly penetrating the black leopard's abdomen. Immediately, blood and intestines rolled out. This was actually the god-binding chain that was exactly the same as Qin Yin's martial soul. The saber fell like lightning and with a crack, the black leopard's head rolled along the grass. He carried the blood-stained saber and cupped his hands, saying, "Shao Shi, are you all right? I brought the royal guards to save you." Tang Xiaoxi's body trembled and all the grievances burst out in an instant. Tears flowed down her face. "Brother Qin Lei, you're finally here. I almost died here." Qin Lei's eyes were filled with heartache. "Silly girl, it's all right now. We'll return to Lanyan City after resting for a while. Don't worry, with me here, no spirit beast can harm you." Tang Xiaoxi nodded heavily, then said, "Is there anything to eat?" "Yes." Qin Lei immediately fetched some cooked meat and water. Tang Xiaoxi didn't care about being a virtuous lady and wolfed it down. After she finished eating, she wiped her small mouth and felt that she was too unreserved. Thus, she recovered some of the attitude of a princess and said, "Brother Qin Lei, how's the imperial capital?" "Same as usual." Qin Lei held on to his saber and stood at the side of the warhorse, saying, "But I heard that after something happened to you in the dragon-seeking forest, even the emperor was alarmed. So, the imperial capital dispatched at least 10,000 troops to search for you in the dragon-seeking forest. Luckily, I found you. Everyone was worried to death." "I heard that. Her Highness Yin also secretly left the palace to look for you." "Shao Yin, she." Tang Xiaoxi pursed her red lips. "She'll be fine, right?" "Ha, don't worry. She's with Commander Feng Jixing of the Imperial Guards." Moreover, they set off with a total of 5,000 Imperial Guards. "She should be fine. Look at me, I only brought 2,000 Imperial Guards." Tang Xiaoxi looked at the group of Imperial Guards behind Qin Lei and was a little embarrassed. She smiled and said, "I'm really sorry to everyone, causing the imperial capital to mobilize so many troops. Qin Lei smiled honestly and asked, Xiaoxi, what kind of person is that Lin Muyu? I heard that he's just a felon of the imperial capital. Why would you put yourself in danger for this kind of person? No, Lin Muyu is not a felon. He's not that kind of person. Tang Xiaoxi's expression was very resolute as she said, he saved my life before, so I must come to the dragon-seeking forest to look for him. Unfortunately, I met with the ambush of the House of Chivalry and many of the imperial guards died. Qin Lei said, the duty of a knight is to die for the sake of protecting. Their deaths must be of value. Xiaoxi need not blame yourself too much. Let them set off back to the imperial capital. I'll release the Yu's letter now and let Her Highness Yin and Feng Jixing know about this matter as soon as possible. Otherwise they will still be searching around like headless flies in the dragon-seeking forest. Good. The white bird flew up and flapped its wings as it swept across the sky, bringing the news of Tang Xiaoxi. On the vast land, Lin Muyu carried his long sword as he moved swiftly. He avoided all the spiritual beasts in order to find Tang Xiaoxi as soon as possible. However, the route seemed to have deviated. He would never be able to find Tang Xiaoxi in the direction he was heading. Raising his head to look, a white bird flew past. He didn't know who raised it as a messenger bird. On the other side of the continuous mountain range, the bird slowly landed on Feng Jixing's shoulder. He opened the letter and couldn't help but be overjoyed. Your Highness, General Qin Lei has found Princess Xi. Qin Yin was pleasantly surprised. Good, where is Xiaoxi? I don't know. He arranged for us to meet at the western gate of the imperial capital. And, then let's set off quickly. All right. Chapter 58. Lanyan City was known as the Pearl of Great Qin. It had a population of more than 5 million and was also the capital of the empire. As the sun slowly set, a group of cavalry galloped over from the main road in the distance. Whoosh! Qin Yin suddenly pulled the hem of her cloak and stood up. She looked into the distance with her bright eyes and smiled. Xiaoxi is back. Feng Jixing was rebandaging the wound on his arm. He raised his head and grinned. Yes, Princess Xi is back. Your Highness, you don't have to continue worrying about her this time. Qin Yin galloped away. The night breeze blew her long hair and a purple flower emblem swayed on the belt of her cloak around her neck like a beautiful butterfly. Tang Xiaoxi released the reins in her hands and flew down from the horse. She threw herself into Qin Yin's arms. The two breathtakingly beautiful young ladies hugged each other just like that. Xiaoxi, are you all right? Qin Yin looked at her emotionally. Tang Xiaoxi's gaze fell on Qin Yin's chest. Her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Xiao Yin, are you hurt? Qin Yin shook her head and smiled. I'm fine. It's just a small injury. Feng Jixing sat at the side with his saber and muttered to himself, it's good enough that I'm still alive after being poisoned by a 10,000-year-old dragon snake. How can you say that it's a small injury? People these days really don't care about their lives, ah. Tang Xiaoxi's mouth opened wide. Qin Yin glared at Feng Jixing and said, you talk too much. When I return to Zhe Tian Palace, I'll complain and get my father to punish you with 2 months' worth of salary. Feng Jixing was taken aback. Your Highness, I'm just a general with a commoner background. You're taking away my salary, that's equivalent to taking away my life. Furthermore, I've already tried my best to save you. Look, the wound on my arm is proof. Tang Xiaoxi burst into laughter. Alright, stop arguing. Commander Feng Jixing, don't you know how to give in to Xiao Yin? Don't forget that she's the only crown prince. If you really piss her off, you won't have a good time either. Feng Jixing immediately cupped his fists. Your Highness, please forgive me. Heaven and earth can bear witness to my loyalty. I hope that your Highness will pardon Feng Jixing's words. Qin Yin smiled faintly. Just don't undermine me anymore. By the way, Xiaoxi, you only brought a few hundred people into the depths of the dragon-seeking forest. Are you tired of living? Who exactly is that Lin Muyu? Is he worth risking your life for? Lin Muyu, Tang Xiaoxi pursed her red lips. Her eyes were red as she said, he's just an apprentice alchemist, but he's a good person. He's also very good at alchemy. When I was training in the Seven Stars Forest, something went wrong when I was refining the Fire Flood Dragon's beast spirit. If he hadn't risked his life to save me, I'm afraid I would have died in the Seven Stars Forest. Is that so? Qin Yin couldn't help but think of the young man from last night. His alchemy technique was also very unique. He could refine two types of medicine at the same time. However, she didn't say it out loud. It seemed unnecessary. Who knew what treasure that greedy brat was risking his life for? Let's go back to the Duke's mansion. Qin Yin said. You're injured too. You need to rest. You've lost weight. You need to eat more. Boo-hoo, Xiao Yin, you don't know how I've survived these days. When I'm hungry, I eat the fruits in the mountains. When I'm thirsty, I can only drink the water from the stream. I heard that the spiritual beasts drink and pee in the stream. All right. I'll treat you to something delicious. A day later. It was almost dusk in the dragon-seeking forest. Faint howls of wolves and tigers could be heard coming from the mountains. This place was full of danger. Almost every mountain was occupied by a spiritual beast that was more than 2,000 years old. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the young man carried a rabbit he had just hunted and looked around. He was almost lost. Looks like I've gone the wrong way. Xiao Shi isn't here. Lin Muyu calculated the time. The 3-day leave that he had applied for from Guiyang, the deacon of the Holy Sanctum, was almost up. He had to return to Lanyan City before dawn tomorrow. Otherwise, the Holy Sanctum would definitely punish him. After all, he was a newcomer. It was better not to play truant. With a sigh, he channeled his genuine qi into his feet and dashed into the distance as light as a swallow. He wanted to rush back to Lanyan City before dawn. The horse was lost. It was probably impossible to find it. Lin Muyu secretly regretted. This trip was really an unlucky one. Not only did he lose the horse, he also failed to find Tang Xiaoxi. Before dawn, he arrived at the foot of the city, exhausted. Stop. Who are you? Don't you know that it's forbidden to enter or leave the city at night? The garrison officer at the foot of the city scolded. Lin Muyu approached slowly. The badge of a golden star sparring master of the Holy Sanctum on his chest was shining. Immediately, the expression of the garrison officer became respectful. He gave a straight military salute and said, "Oh, it's the Lord of the Holy Sanctum. Please enter the city." "Thank you." The Holy Sanctum was also known as the Holy Temple. It was the most sacred temple in the eyes of all the martial artists on the continent. Although Lin Muyu was only a sparring master in the Holy Sanctum, his status was quite distinguished. At least in front of these ordinary soldiers, his status was so outstanding that the garrison officer, even though he was a centurion, was still respectful. When he stepped into the city, his legs felt as if they were filled with lead. His genuine qi was almost exhausted. After a night of running, he replaced the hooves of a horse with his legs, which naturally consumed a lot of his physical strength and genuine qi. Walking along the main street of the city, he found that the name of the street was Tongtian Street. Yes, it was the street where the beautiful girl in the dark purple cloak lived. So, Lin Muyu counted the house numbers one by one. After walking for a long time, he finally reached the last few houses. Number 4 Tongtian Street, the Ministry of Justice of Lanyan City, the birthplace of all criminal laws in the Empire. No. 3 Tongtian Street, the office of the Minister of War, the residence of the Minister of War. No. 2 Tongtian Street, the Hall of Seeking Talents, opened by the Emperor himself, a place to seek talents. Number 1 Tongtian Street, Zetian Palace, the general name of the Imperial Palace of Lanyan City, and also the center of this world. In the distance, a group of Imperial Army cavalrymen slowly moved forward with shiny weapons in their hands. They were patrolling to ensure the safety of the Zetian Palace. The inner palace of the Imperial Palace was continuous, and there were thousands of houses. It was not just extravagant, so it required a lot of guards to guard it. When Lin Muyu saw the huge golden door sign of the Zetian Palace from afar, her whole body trembled. Women are all liars. From afar, a centurion of the Imperial Army rode over and said, "So it's someone from the Holy Temple. Young man, what brings you to the Zetian Palace?" As expected, even the Imperial Army was extremely respectful of the Holy Temple. "May I ask? Is the number 1 Tongtian Street the Zetian Palace?" "Ha ha ha, of course. Only the residence of the Emperor can afford to be called number 1 Tongtian Street." "Oh, it's fine. Thank you." He turned around and walked away with a blank look on his face. 1,000 Jinin coins had gone down the drain just like that. That girl was beautiful, but she was actually a liar. How unfair. For the entire morning, it was her turn to be a sparring partner for Silver Star instructor Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's fiery soul fist was extremely violent, and the other sparring partners were not willing to face it. Fortunately, Zhang Wei had a good impression of Lin Muyu, so he allowed Lin Muyu to sleep soundly in the training room while he practiced his fist technique over and over again. After half a day's rest, her physical strength had recovered to 70%, and her vital energy had recovered to 80%. At noon, Deacon Guiyang appeared again with a paper scroll in his hand to announce the training matches in the afternoon. Coincidentally, it was Zheng Shanhe's turn to be sparring partner for Lin Muyu. This expert, who was known for his defense, was easier to deal with. However, at this moment, a gold star instructor carrying a long sword walked out and said with a smile, "Lord Lin Ji is the only gold star sparring partner in the Holy Sanctum. He can't always be sparring with old Zheng and Zhang Wei." Deacon, Ouyang Qiu requests to spar with Lord Lin Ji in the afternoon. "I hope that Deacon can grant my request." Guiyang hesitated for a moment and said, "All right, then Lin Ji will spar with Ouyang Qiu in the afternoon." "Thank you, Lord." Ouyang Qiu's eyes were filled with hostility. When he looked at Lin Muyu, a trace of killing intent flashed across his mouth. Lin Muyu couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Ouyang Qiu was young Marquis Zheng Fang's subordinate. Zheng Fang failed to kill her last time and was humiliated instead. If Ouyang Qiu really wanted to kill her, then there really wasn't much she could do. After all, the Holy Sanctum only had rules of iron and blood. If a sparring partner was accidentally killed, then there would only be some compensation. The perpetrator's punishment was nothing more than a few months of confinement and a year or two of forfeiture of salary. Zheng Fang was Zheng Yifan's son, so he wasn't short of money. At this time, Lin Muyu couldn't think of anything else. The only thing she could do was to stay strong and live on. After lunch, Lin Muyu's body recovered to its peak condition after a short rest. The true qi in her body was abundant, and she could feel the true qi flowing along her skin when she channeled it. It was a very comfortable feeling, and it was only after training her skin. If it was before, Lin Muyu would definitely be worried about whether she could survive the afternoon. But now, there was no need for that. Ouyang Qiu was only a level 61 heavenly venerate. Defeating him was inevitable, but killing him would not be easy. Ding, the bell rang. The afternoon training was about to begin. Lin Muyu carried the burning prairie sword on his back, clenched his fists, and walked out of the training hall. His face was full of confidence. The appearance of Ouyang Qiu made him very worried, but it also made him very excited. Only by facing such a strong opponent could he quickly increase his combat experience. In this world, strength was undoubtedly important, but experience was even more important. Strength was not absolute. A level 50 battle saint with rich experience could also defeat a level 60 heavenly venerable who underestimated him. In the training hall, a group of instructors and sparring partners were facing each other. This was the etiquette before training. Lin Muyu stood there with his back straight, with Qin Xiling and a row of sparring partners by his side. He suddenly clenched his right fist in front of his chest and lowered his left hand like a sword. This was the standard military salute of the empire, and it was also one of the lessons that he had to attend after entering the Holy Temple. The full name of the Holy Temple was the Holy Temple of War. Its main function was to cultivate outstanding warriors for the empire. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the instructors or sparring partners, they had to serve as soldiers when the war came. Perhaps, from the moment he stepped into the Holy Temple, he had already become a soldier of the empire. Please enlighten us, everyone said in unison. When he raised his head, Ouyang Qiu, who was standing right in front of him, had a disdainful smile on his face. This made Lin Muyu even more unhappy. Chapter 59. At the Duke of Seven Seas' residence, the rear hall was filled with a refreshing fragrance. Princess Qin Yin's arrival terrified the servants. It was said that the emperor was so concerned about Qin Yin's safety that he almost couldn't resist coming to the duke's residence to visit his daughter. This made everyone in the duke's residence feel flattered. Tang Xiaoxi focused on a whole piece of venison. She held chopsticks in her left hand and a short dagger in her right hand as she skillfully cut the meat. Her pretty face was filled with satisfaction as she said with a smile, "The venison with sweet sauce is so delicious. Xiao Yin, you should eat more too." Qin Yin giggled and looked at her best friend dotingly. She said, "You're still at the third layer of Earth Realm. You should work hard." Tang Xiaoxi pouted with some grievance. "You're still talking. Do you think everyone has your talent and aptitude? What's more, Xiao Yin, your martial soul is the world's #1 god binding chains. My martial soul is only the second-grade fire fox." "Oh right, what's your cultivation now?" Feng Jixing said, "Your Highness has reached the first layer of Heaven Realm at rank 57. Ah. Tang Xiaoxi opened her mouth and clenched her fists. "I didn't expect Xiao Yin to leave me behind so much. I have to work hard too. But I have to eat my fill first. Otherwise, I won't have the energy to cultivate." Qin Yin and Feng Jixing couldn't help but smile. "I just don't know how Mu is doing. I don't even know if he's dead or alive." Tang Xiaoxi suddenly said faintly as she ate. Her eyes were red. Feng Jixing was stunned and didn't say anything. Instead, Qin Yin said, "Xiao Shi, if Lin Muyu is really that important to you, I'll go to Father Emperor and ask him to pardon Lin Muyu. He only killed a small official in a border city." Tang Xiaoxi looked at her excitedly. "Really?" Qin Yin nodded vigorously. "Yes." At the side, Qin Lei, who was eating meat, suddenly raised his head and said, "Your Highness, His Majesty once said that no one can be pardoned in front of the Empire's laws. He said these words on the day he ascended the throne. Slapping His Majesty's face like this isn't too good, right?" Qin Yin glared at him. "Brother Qin Lei really doesn't know how to behave." Tang Xiaoxi nodded. Yes. Qin Lei was the son of Prince Jining, the son of a prince. In fact, he was Qin Yin's cousin. He smiled honestly and said, then let's give it a try. Maybe His Majesty will really pardon that brat." Feng Jixing watched from the side, wanting to say something but hesitating. After the meal, Qin Yin was admiring the flowers in the back garden of the Duke's mansion. As the head of the Imperial Guards, Qin Lei personally carried his sword to protect her at the side. The only task that the Emperor had given him was to protect Her Highness' safety. "Princess Shi." Feng Jixing raised his saber and called out from afar. Tang Xiaoxi, who was on the wooden corridor, stopped in her tracks. She turned around and asked, "General Feng, what's the matter?" Feng Jixing coughed and said, "Princess Shi, that. Is Lin Muyu really that important to you?" Tang Xiaoxi was stunned. Her face blushed slightly as she said, He can be considered as my best friend, right?" "Is that so?" Feng Jixing smiled. "Then I, Feng Jixing, will say a few words here. After I'm done, these words will disappear with the wind. Princess, she can also pretend that you've never heard these words. How about it? Tang Xiaoxi was stunned. Huh? What? Feng Jixing pondered for a moment and said, a few days ago, a boy traveled a long distance from Silver Fir City. After nearly half a month, he went through many hardships from Seven Stars Forest to Dragon-Seeking Forest. After that, he entered Lanyan City. Due to my recommendation, he has already entered the Holy Temple to cultivate. He has changed his name to Lin Ji. Perhaps the Holy Temple will have the answer that princess she wants. Ah, Tang Xiaoxi's delicate body trembled. The silver scarf around her neck flew with the wind and landed in the lotus pond. She slowly raised her head and looked at Feng Jixing with her beautiful eyes. Really? Yes. Feng Jixing nodded heavily and said, don't worry, princess. At any time, Feng Jixing will never lie. Princess, your scarf flew away. Inside the training room, Yangqiu raised a long sword. He didn't know where this sword came from, but it was definitely not an ordinary one. Ice crystals flowed along the blade, indicating that it was at least a spirit weapon. It wasn't much inferior to Lin Muyu's Burning Prairie sword. Swords have no eyes. Be careful, Lord Lin Ji. I won't be able to bear the consequences if you get hurt. Yangqiu said indifferently. He had already begun to activate his martial spirit. It was a beast martial spirit that looked like a poisonous snake. At the same time, his blade began to glow with the luster of fighting aura. This was his greatest advantage over Lin Muyu. Fighting aura versus true qi was on a completely different level. Lin Muyu didn't say anything. He quickly summoned the walls of his gourd and buffed himself with the dragon scale wall, black tortoise shell, and green rock armor. Although this was just a training, he knew that this was a battle of life and death for him. Yangqiu didn't hide his killing intent the moment he drew his sword. There were only 2 people in the training room, so killing couldn't be easier. Thank you. Yangqiu suddenly flipped his wrist, and his long sword struck out like a bolt of lightning. The first sword of the sacred temple's attack was indeed extraordinary. His sword aura was surging with Do Qi, and it even let out a sharp sword cry in the air. Lin Muyu's swordplay was limited to the Imperial Wind Sword technique and the Lightning Strike Slash. The Lightning Strike Slash was a killing move, and the Imperial Wind Sword technique focused on speed and manipulation of the wind. At this moment, she had completely forgotten her identity as a sparring partner. She moved with the falling star steps, and the Burning Prairie sword's flames erupted. With a ding, she knocked away her opponent's blade, and with a swoosh swoosh swoosh, 3 consecutive slashes landed on Yangqiu's chest. Good sword skills. Yangqiu couldn't help but cheer. After all, he was a martial artist. Even if they were on different sides, he couldn't help but admire the opponent in front of him because of his obsession with cultivation. Ding! 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 3 consecutive sounds rang out. Lin Muyu's 3 sword attacks were quickly blocked. Yangqiu's speed of defense was too fast. After the 3 sword attacks, he swept his sword horizontally. The blade of his sword was filled with fighting aura, and, bang! It struck the black tortoise shell. At the same time, he released his martial spirit and brazenly spat out a mouthful of venom. Ah! Lin Muyu quickly retreated a few steps. He raised the walls of his gourd and used his qi to deflect the venom. However, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Yangqiu's footwork was extremely exquisite. Shua! Shua! The long sword formed a triangle attack behind him. However, it was too late to turn around. The first layer of the black tortoise shell was directly smashed into pieces. Yangqiu's fighting aura surged from his body. He laughed maniacally and rushed over. He lifted his battle knee and heavily struck the second layer of the dragon scale wall. His fighting aura shook Lin Muyu's blood and qi. Lin Muyu retreated a few steps. Yangqiu raised his head and leaped into the air. His long sword transformed into dozens of swords. It was actually the myriad sword art. The penetrative power of his sword chi was too strong. Even the dragon's scale wall couldn't block it. He quickly activated his martial spirit's skill, poison liquid. His chi condensed into the shape of a gourd flower. He spat out a mouthful of venom. Oh, Yangqiu didn't know what was going on. Naturally, he didn't dare to use force. He hastily stopped using the myriad sword art. He somersaulted in the air and dodged the venom. However, he saw the venom spitting out on the ground. So venomous. He sneered. Same to you. Lin Muyu brandished his sword and attacked again. The two of them were entangled in a fight again. After fighting for nearly 50 rounds, both of them had more wounds on their bodies. The difference was that Oh Yangqiu's arms were pierced twice and blood was flowing out. On the other hand, Lin Muyu's chest was pierced twice. However, he only broke her skin and didn't bleed too much. Her blood was just enough to soak through her clothes. Therefore, it seemed like her injuries were serious. However, Oh Yangqiu's injuries were actually more serious. This was probably the effect of skin refining. Oh Yangqiu became more and more anxious. He knew that Lin Muyu was only a level 50 battle saint. However, he, who was a first-level Heavenly Realm expert, couldn't gain much of an advantage against Lin Muyu. Therefore, his anger surged in endless fighting aura. His fighting aura was endless, allowing him to recover a lot of his strength in a short period of time. This was why fighting aura was stronger than true energy. After fighting for another 10 rounds, Lin Muyu's face started to turn pale. His strength was starting to run out. A few more sword wounds appeared on his body. Puff, 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 Oh Yangqiu's attacks became more and more urgent. His sword was like a venomous snake, trying to devour Lin Muyu's heart, neck, and other vital parts. Oh Yangqiu's killing intent was completely exposed. You want to kill me? After the heavy demonic sound fist forced his opponent to retreat, blood was already flowing out from the corner of Lin Muyu's mouth. He raised his head and looked at his opponent, saying coldly, Zhenfang, do you really want me dead? Oh Yangqiu sneered, it's not that the young master wants you dead, it's that you deserve to die. You little bastard, you're just a wanted criminal. Do you think you're qualified to cultivate in the Holy Palace? Go to hell. The long sword pierced through the air and launched another dozen or so piercing attacks. Lin Muyu desperately channeled his true energy to form the dragon scale wall, but it instantly shattered again. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Even he himself felt a little weak. Bang! Lin Muyu's back slammed into the wall. The wall was at least 1 meter thick, but the strong impact still shattered the surface of the wall. Lin Muyu's body also penetrated 20 centimeters into the wall. Hua! Oh Yangqiu abandoned his sword and opened his iron claw-like left hand to grab Lin Muyu's neck. He laughed and said, how is it? Isn't your gourd the best defense in the Holy Palace? Why isn't it magical now? Has your body been tempered? Ha ha ha, that old thing Lei Hong actually taught a trash like you the tempered skin technique, but not us. He's too biased. As he spoke, he placed the tip of his sword on Lin Muyu's chest and slowly pushed it in. When the tip of the sword pierced into his flesh, he looked at his opponent's pained expression and couldn't help but laugh. How is it? Why isn't your tempered skin working? Lin Ji, you don't want to die like this, right? Ha ha ha, a trash like you can only die like this. Resist. Resist. Suddenly, an angry roar came from his heart. Lin Muyu's body trembled, and a mysterious and vast energy surged into his arms. It was a little familiar. Yes, it was the 7 planets' profound energy. At this time, this life-saving energy actually surged again. Raising his left arm, he shook off Oh Yangqiu's sword. Traces of black energy surged from Lin Muyu's body, and a faint blood-red light shone in his eyes. He didn't know where he got the energy from, but he suddenly turned around and pressed Oh Yangqiu against the shattered wall. He clenched his right hand into a fist and growled, "Who are you calling trash?" His fist shone brightly, the first heaven of the 7 planets' profound energy, chaos of the common life. Bang! The iron fist landed heavily on Yangqiu's abdomen. Lin Muyu used too much force and rushed out with Yangqiu. The two of them directly smashed through the thick wall. But after using the 7 planets' profound energy, his body immediately fell into a state of extreme fatigue and he fell to the ground with Yangqiu. Moo! A clear and sweet voice sounded in his ears. He raised his head, only to see a pair of slender, snow-white legs wrapped in a long dress. When he looked again, Tang Xiaoxi's beautiful face reflected in his eyes. "It's been a long time, Xiao Shi." Chapter 60. Moo. Without any explanation, Tang Xiaoxi pounced into Lin Muyu's embrace. It was originally a pleasure to have 2 soft mounds pressed against her chest, but it was also a wound there. Lin Muyu immediately groaned, and her face started to turn pale. "Ah, are you all right?" Moo. Looking at the sword wound on Lin Muyu's chest, Tang Xiaoxi, the beautiful princess, was instantly enraged. She turned around and looked coldly at Yangqiu. "Who is this instructor Jin Xing?" Beside her, Chief Deacon Lei Hong said respectfully, reporting to Princess, "His name is Yangqiu." Yangqiu also recognized this beautiful girl as the legendary Duke of Tsanglan's only granddaughter. He hurriedly struggled to get up despite his injuries and knelt on the ground. "This lowly one greets Princess Shi." Hua, a string of flames encircled Princess Shi's snow-white fingers. She suddenly appeared in front of Yangqiu in a flash, raised her 5 fingers, and slapped Yangqiu's face. Yangqiu was sent flying from his original spot and fell to the ground. There was a burning 5-fingered mark on his face. Tang Xiaoxi's attack was enhanced by her martial soul, so he could be considered to have a good cultivation base since he didn't faint immediately. Lei Hong was instantly petrified. "Princess, why did you beat up instructor Jin Xing?" Tang Xiaoxi helped Lin Muyu up and said coldly, "Because he bullied my people." The other deacon at the side was Zhenfang. Zhenfang refuted, "Princess, it's obvious that Yangqiu's injuries are more serious. As a sparring partner, Lin Ji actually injured an instructor. This has already violated the rules of the sacred sanctum. He should be expelled from the sacred sanctum immediately." Tang Xiaoxi turned around and said word by word, "Lin Ji belongs to me, Tang Xiaoxi." "Young Duke Zhenfang, I dare you to say that again." Zhenfang stammered for a moment, but was actually unable to say anything else. Although Zhenfang was the only son of Divine Marquis Zheng Yifan did not have any military power during non-war times. On the other hand, Tang Xiaoxi's backer was her grandfather, Tang Lan, who held hundreds of thousands of military power in Seven Seas City. There was a world of difference in status and real power between the two. "Moo, are you okay?" Tang Xiaoxi put away the coldness on her face and revealed a smile that a young girl should have. She looked at Lin Muyu who was leaning against her and asked. Lin Muyu was overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions. After parting ways at Kathaya City, he knew that Tang Xiaoxi wouldn't care about him at all due to the disparity in status between him and her. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Happiness had come too suddenly. It turned out that Tang Xiaoxi cared about his safety this much. So, he put on a show. "Xiao Shi, I went to the dragon-seeking forest to look for you 2 days ago, but I couldn't find you." Tang Xiaoxi burst into laughter. "Silly Moo, the dragon-seeking forest is so big. How did you find me?" "Fortunately, I found you now." "How is it?" "I'm still better than you, right?" Lin Muyu couldn't help but laugh. Princess Shi is the best in the world in both literature and martial arts." Tang Xiaoxi was very happy to be coaxed. That's more like it." As she spoke, she turned around and pointed a finger at Yangqiu. "Even though Lin Ji is only a sparring partner, you better remember that Lin Ji is a distinguished guest of our Duke of Seven Seas estate. No one is allowed to harm him, or it would be equivalent to going against Seven Seas City. Turning to look at Lei Hong, Tang Xiaoxi revealed a beautiful smile that refreshed the heart. Grandpa Lei Hong, why didn't you restrain your instructor Jin Xing? Look, the sparring partner was almost beaten to death. With such heavy injuries, he was clearly trying to kill someone. Lei Hong hurriedly cupped his fists. Princess, you are right. I will do my best to supervise this matter in the future. Zhen Fang gritted his teeth. Great Deacon, we have our own rules. There's no need to compromise for the sake of a mere Seven Seas City, right? Tang Xiaoxi's face turned cold. At this moment, a person walked out from the group of royal guards behind her. It was Feng Jixing. Feng Jixing held his saber and sneered. Young Duke, I know that Ouyang Qiu is your swordsmanship teacher. If he wants to kill Lin Ji, you can't get away with it, right? Zhen Fang was stunned. General Feng, why are you here? It's not just me. Feng Jixing stepped aside. Chu Huayin, who had not appeared for a long time, had a lazy smile on his face. He held a heavy sword and smiled. Young Duke, we are all friends of Lin Ji. If he has offended you in any way, please forgive him. Just treat it as giving us face. Chu Huayin. Zhen Fang gritted his teeth and said, Princess, she is so ostentatious. She actually called the commander of the Imperial Guards and Chu Huayin of the Imperial Guards over. One is a white-robed Imperial Guard, and the other is an Imperial Guard. This is clearly making me speechless, right? However, don't forget that the laws of the Empire are strict. Those who break the law will never have a good ending. You guys better behave yourselves. There's no need for you to worry. Tang Xiaoxi said indifferently. I will naturally resolve my friend's matter. However, young Duke, you should know your limits in the future. No matter what happens, as long as something happens to Lin Ji, Tang Xiaoxi will not let it go. Zhen Fang flicked his sleeves and left. Ouyang Qiu stood up resentfully, wiped the blood from his mouth, and followed. Seeing them leave, Chu Huayin walked forward and patted Lin Muyu's shoulder. He laughed and said, You're really not bad. You were actually able to surpass your realm and defeat a heavenly state expert like Ouyang Qiu. Lin Muyu couldn't say anything. He was almost killed. How could he talk about such an embarrassing thing? He could only say, sigh, I was just lucky. Otherwise, I would have been beaten up by him. Lei Hong walked forward. How are your injuries? Lin Muyu shook his head. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Lei Hong. Lei Hong nodded. Then, he said to the group of instructors and sparring partners, all right, it's fine now. You guys can carry on with your own cultivation. Don't mess up. The crowd dispersed. However, one thing was certain. Everyone saw that Gold Star instructor Ouyang Qiu was defeated by Lin Muyu. As the number one swordsman of the Holy Temple, Ouyang Qiu was definitely going to be humiliated. Tang Xiaoxi and Lin Muyu were reunited after a long time. There were many things that they wanted to say, but they didn't know what to say when they actually met. The courageous and decisive princess, she stood at the side, blushing. She looked at Lin Muyu speechlessly. Lin Muyu looked at her adorable expression and couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoxi, your face is as red as the sunset. Tang Xiaoxi became even more embarrassed. She waved her fist and punched him. You're still talking. I thought you were dead, how could that be? I'm so lucky. Feng Jixing couldn't be bothered to listen to the two of them flirt with each other. He cupped his fists and said, the matter has been resolved. Princess, I should return to Zetian Palace Hall. His Highness has already gone back. I can't stay outside for too long. Thank you, Brother Feng. Lin Muyu said. Chu Huayin also said his goodbyes. Lin Muyu and Tang Xiaoxi sent them out of the Divine Hall. Tang Xiaoxi sent back a group of cavalry guards. She only brought a few people with her because she wanted to accompany Lin Muyu to have a good look around the capital. At night, they settled at the famous restaurant in the capital, Tingyu Restaurant. There were only the two of them. They ordered some rice wine and a table full of sumptuous dishes. This meal was treated by Tang Xiaoxi. Princess, she didn't care about money at all. Lin Muyu had been starving in the dragon-seeking forest for a few days, so naturally, he would eat like a tornado. Tang Xiaoxi, on the other hand, had already eaten her fill at noon. She smiled as she watched him gobble down the food. Finally, when her stomach was almost full, Lin Muyu burped in satisfaction. She smiled and said, "The food that others treat is really fragrant." Tang Xiaoxi covered her mouth and smiled, "Idiot. Oh right. I have good news for you. I received a letter from Yu Shu at noon. Tomorrow at the latest, Chu will return to Lanyan City." "Oh, teacher Chu is back." Tang Xiaoxi nodded and said, "When I see him, I will naturally let him go to the Divine Hall to see you. He will also teach you some martial arts." Sigh. "Mu, although your advancement speed is very fast, you are still not strong enough. The Divine Hall is a place where people will swallow you whole. Without enough strength, you can only be trampled on." Lin Muyu felt the same way. I have already experienced it." Tang Xiaoxi tilted her head and looked at her with a smile. "Mu, can I go to the Divine Hall to see you often?" "Sure, but don't make such a big commotion again." Lin Muyu scratched her head and said helplessly, "Now I am afraid I am already a famous person in the Divine Hall." Tang Xiaoxi covered her mouth and laughed, "Big idiot, the more famous you are, the more those people will not dare to touch you. If you are just a nameless brat, humph, with Zhenfang's nature, I am afraid he would have killed you quietly." "That's true." Lin Muyu looked at her own fist. After circulating her energy, her skin was covered with energy and smiled. "It is still the fist that is hard, otherwise it is useless to say anything." In the evening, after watching the lanterns for a while, she sent Tang Xiaoxi back to the residence. It was only until she saw these beauties enter the Duke's residence that Lin Muyu returned to the Divine Hall and continued to cultivate. Late at night, under the bright moon, she continued to refine her skin. But the effect of the night was not very good. It seemed that the refining of the skin had reached its limit and the skin could not absorb any more spiritual energy. If she continued to forcefully cultivate, it would only be harmful. Far away, under the moonlight, there were two old men standing, one was Lei Hong and the other was Guiyang. The two of them were discussing. While they were chatting, the sound of wind suddenly swept past. Guiyang asked, "What happened?" Lei Hong stroked his beard and smiled, Chu, if you are here, then come out." "Why do you need to be so sneaky?" In the small forest, Chu slowly walked out and laughed, "Lei Hong, you old man is really sharp. How is it, my student's talent is not bad, right?" "His talent is not bad, but it has not improved." Lei Hong's eyes shone brightly. "It has not improved. What happened?" Chu asked. "When he entered the Divine Hall, he was a battle saint, and now he is still a battle saint. What has increased is his combat experience, but his strength has not improved. His bone structure has already restricted his growth, just like many second-rate cultivators who have been stuck at a certain level for their entire lives." Lei Hong's expression was a little regretful. Chu's expression turned cold, then he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I am prepared." "Oh." Lei Hong's eyes were filled with a trace of astonishment. With a leap, Chu landed not far away from Lin Muyu. He chuckled and said, "Lin Muyu, long time no see. Look what I have brought for you." Swoosh! An item wrapped in black cloth flew through the air. Lin Muyu looked at Chu in surprise and smiled, "Chu, you are here. Let's look at the gift first." Chu smiled faintly. Lin Muyu lowered her head and opened the cloth, only to find that there was a half-rotten book inside. Even the words on the book were not clear. The bamboo slips had rotted into a pile. It was obvious that Chu had rebound the book. The first part of the book had a few clear words: forging dragon bones. Forging dragon bones? He was at a loss. Chu Chu smiled faintly and said, strictly speaking, it is the Forging Dragon Bones remnant scroll. Currently, I can only find so much of it. You should make do with it. Chapter 61. Forging Dragon Bones. Lin Muyu held the remnant scroll and flipped to the first page. The first sentence of the mental cultivation method was engraved on it: forging the bones and cleansing the marrow, like a dragon shedding its scales, opening the 4 gates, reshaping the bloodline. He was at a loss. Grandpa Chu Chu, what is this Forging Dragon Bones remnant scroll used for? Chu Chu twirled his beard and smiled. Just by looking at the name, you will understand. It is a mental cultivation method for forging the bones and cleansing the marrow. However, this mental cultivation method is similar to that of a dragon, so it is called the Forging Dragon Bones remnant scroll. As he said this, Chu Chu plucked a leaf from the iron tree beside him. With a "shio" sound, the leaf flew 100 meters backwards and directly into a green rock. He laughed loudly. I am teaching this kid a martial art. Do you 2 old fellows still want to eavesdrop? Hurry up and go drink, wait for me. Lei Hong laughed heartily. Deacon Guyang, let us go drink first. Guyang was delighted. Okay. After the 2 of them walked far away, Chu Chu continued, kid, consider yourself lucky. I found this Forging Dragon Bones remnant scroll in an unknown ancient city. It records the important mental cultivation method for forging the bones and cleansing the marrow. As he said this, he looked at the confused teenager and couldn't help but laugh. Seems like you still don't understand. How about this? I will simply explain to you why your cultivation has not improved recently and you are still a level 50 battle saint. It is actually very simple. Your strength has reached the limit of your current level. In other words, your bloodline is unable to support a stronger cultivation level. Everyone in the Empire practices martial arts, but not everyone's cultivation level is equal. This is related to the bloodline. The imperial family of the Empire, the Qin family's bloodline, is a superior bloodline, the legendary True Dragon's bloodline. That is why the Qin family's cultivation is very easy, but you, he said with some regret, to be honest, you are a good material for practicing martial arts, but you are not a person with a superior bloodline. Your bloodline is at most average. Lin Muyu was a little speechless. She thought to herself, my Lin family's bloodline is actually so trashy. This is really unexpected. Chu Chu continued, the greatest use of this dragon forging bone remnant scroll is to temper your bones. In the world of cultivation, honing your bones is incomparably important. But for most people, honing only strengthens the bones, and does not affect the essence of the marrow. This dragon forging bone remnant scroll is only a legendary martial arts manual. It is said that it can reshape one's bones and blood vessels. When that time comes, perhaps you will have a bloodline as strong as the Dragon Clan, and there will no longer be any cultivation that you cannot endure. Ah! Is that so? Lin Muyu was very excited as she listened. She held the Forging Dragon Bone Remnant Scroll in her hands, but she suddenly looked up at Chu Chu and said, Grandpa Chu Chu, since this Forging Dragon Bone Remnant Scroll is so precious, I can't accept it. You should keep it for yourself and cultivate. Looking at this rather simple and honest kid, Chu Chu couldn't help but laugh loudly. Silly kid, do I, Chu Chu, look like that kind of selfless person? If I could really cultivate it, I'm afraid I wouldn't be giving it to you. Why? A light flashed in Chu Chu's eyes as he said, Forging Dragon Bone, as the name implies, is the Dragon Clan's bone forging technique. The pain of forging the bones and cleansing the marrow is not something an ordinary person can endure. Your Grandpa Chu Chu is so old, do you think my body can still endure this kind of pain? I'll tell you the truth, I've tried cultivating this remnant scroll before, but I almost fainted from the pain. That's why I'm giving it to you. Your mind should be able to handle this kind of pain. Lin Muyu couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive when she recalled the pain of refining her skin. But thinking that this forging dragon bone's secret technique could bring her even greater strength, and that she really needed strength, she nodded and said, "Thank you, Grandpa Choo Choo, I will definitely cultivate diligently and not let you down." Choo Choo smiled. "Actually, I didn't put too much hope on you, I just didn't want to see Princess She cry for you again. Xiao Shi is a kind girl, don't let her down." Lin Muyu was stunned for a moment, then nodded, Then cultivate according to the Forging Dragon Bone Remnant Scroll. With your comprehension, it shouldn't be difficult. Yes. Choo Choo leapt out of the garden, most likely to go drink with Lei Hong, Guiyang, and the other old fellows. Lin Muyu held the Forging Dragon Bone Remnant Scroll, as if she had obtained a treasure. Her cultivation had already reached the limit, and refining her skin was no longer of any use, so she immediately began to cultivate the Forging Dragon Bone. The remnant scroll was divided into 3 parts. The first part was marrow cleansing, meaning to thoroughly cleanse the bone marrow. The second part was assimilation, meaning to find a piece of true dragon bone and assimilate it with one's own bone characteristics. The third part was rebirth. After assimilating the true dragon bone, one would begin to reconstruct one's bloodline. The most difficult part was assimilation, because one had to find a piece of true dragon bone, but where would one go to find one? First, cultivate marrow cleansing. The so-called marrow cleansing referred to cultivating according to the method recorded in the Heart Sutra, transforming true qi into true inner force. True inner force would circulate throughout the entire body's bones once, but marrow cleansing required 72 cycles of circulation. The remnant scroll stated that it required 5 to 7 marrow cleansing to complete marrow cleansing, changing the entire body's bone marrow once. This was a long process. Sitting cross-legged in the grass, he slowly closed his eyes. The first step was to transform his true qi into true inner force. This was also the first chapter of the Forging Dragon Bone Remnant Scroll. It was called, Refining Qi into Primary Essence. The true inner force had a stronger penetrating power, and its purity was also far superior to true qi. Just this step alone almost took Lin Muyu's life. He cultivated from night till dawn, and finally, the true qi in his body began to change subtly, becoming hot and cold. He gently opened his palm, and a fiery red true qi rose up. True inner force had been refined. Continuing, he began to use true inner force to circulate throughout the entire body's bones. He could only circulate it once every 20 minutes, and what followed was a tearing pain, as if every inch of his bones was being roasted by fire. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was covered in sweat. No wonder Choo Choo couldn't withstand this kind of pain. But Lin Muyu still bitterly endured, and forcefully completed the first cycle. In the morning, a servant brought breakfast and placed it beside him. The servant respectfully said, "Sir Lin Ji, Deacon Guiyang has ordered me to bring you breakfast. Please enjoy." He also said that you don't have to go to the training hall for the next few days, and just focus on your cultivation. Lin Muyu couldn't help but feel grateful. This was definitely something Choo Choo had done for him. Otherwise, with the style of the temple, how could they let a gold star sparring master like him be idle? In the blink of an eye, a day had passed, and he had also completed one cycle of the 72 cycles. As his cultivation progressed, the process became faster and faster. Luckily, there was someone to deliver his 3 meals, so he was completely immersed in his cultivation. Even the pain from the marrow cleansing seemed to have disappeared. On the 3rd day, he had completed a total of 6 cycles of the 72 cycles of cultivation, and all the bones in his body seemed to have been reborn. He slowly opened his eyes, and drops of dew dripped down from the treetops onto his shoulders. Lin Muyu couldn't help but smile. Even the clarity of his vision seemed to have improved a lot, and his ears and eyes became sharper. Even the footsteps of the servants in the distance couldn't escape his ears. This bone forging and marrow cleansing was indeed wonderful. He stood up. It only took him 3 days to complete the first scroll of the Dragon Forging Remnant Scroll. Next was the second stage, assimilation. However, the bone of a true dragon was harder to find. In the morning, he found out in the temple that Chu Chu had left Lanyan City to travel again. Lei Hong, Ge Yang, and the others all expressed that they didn't know where to find the bone of a true dragon. Bones of a pseudo-dragon could be found, and the umbrella dragon's bones could be found in the pharmacy. However, it was obvious that he couldn't use the pseudo-dragon's bones to assimilate. Otherwise, the quality of his cultivation would be completely different. In the afternoon, a servant walked over and said, "Sir Lin Ji, there's someone outside asking to see you. It's Princess Shi from the Duke of Seven Seas residence." "Oh, I'll be right there." He hurriedly put on his boots and hurried out. Outside the temple, Tang Xiaoxi stood alone under the bright sunlight. Her hair flowed behind her, and she wore a fiery red dress. She looked at him with a smile and said, "Mu, long time no see. Why are you free today, Xiaoxi?" He asked with a smile. "I'm free every day. I'm going to Zai Tian Hall today, so I came to see you on the way." She smiled sweetly. Lin Muyu muttered, "Zai Tian Hall. It seems that there's no need to pass through the temple from the Duke's residence to Zai Tian Hall." He regretted it as soon as he said it. He wanted to slap his thigh and scold himself. "You finally understand why you're single?" Tang Xiaoxi blushed at his words. She glared at him and said, "Anyway, I'm going there on the way. You don't have to care about me. Let's go to Tingyu restaurant for lunch. I've made a reservation." "Okay, but it's so expensive there. One meal costs 70 Jinin coins." "Don't worry, I'll pay." Tang Xiaoxi patted her plump chest and didn't reply. "Okay, but before I go there, I want to go to the biggest medicine shop in the Imperial City." "Okay." The two of them arrived at the medicine shop. Many people in the medicine shop recognized Tang Xiaoxi. They all respectfully greeted her, Princess Shi as well. After asking a few rooms, Lin Muyu couldn't find what she was looking for. Lin Muyu looked unhappy. "Silly Mu, what kind of medicinal herb are you looking for?" Tang Xiaoxi was a little surprised. "A kind of bone," Lin Muyu said. "Oh, what kind of bone?" "It's..." Lin Muyu was a little embarrassed and said, "Xiaoxi, how long has it been since a true dragon appeared on this continent?" "A true dragon?" Tang Xiaoxi blinked and said with a smile, "About 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. The legend of a true dragon has been around for a long time. It seems like no one has seen a true dragon in the past few thousand years. If that's the case, then it's even harder." He was full of disappointment. "What are you looking for?" "A piece of the bone of a true dragon." "Ah." Tang Xiaoxi's beautiful eyes widened, but she suddenly seemed to think of something. She stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "Okay, this kind of thing is really hard to find. How about this, I'll help you think of a way. Don't be anxious." "Okay." Tang Xiaoxi knew that Lin Muyu was a genius in the field of medicine refinement. She was probably looking for the bone of a true dragon to refine medicine, so she didn't ask much. She didn't know that Lin Muyu wanted the bone of a true dragon to cultivate the dragon bone forging technique. Chapter 62. In the back garden of Zai Tian Palace, many maids were flying kites. Qin Yin was dressed in a purple cloak with the golden emblem of the Xianhua Empire pinned on her chest. She held a dark green zither in her arms as she looked up at the kite in the sky. "Your Highness Ing." A maid greeted her respectfully from the side. Qin Yin smiled gently. "It's fine now. You may leave." "Yes." Qin Yin turned around and saw Tang Xiaoxi's beautiful eyes looking at her as if she was looking at an extremely delicious delicacy, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Xiaoxi, why are you looking at me like that? I'm not here to eat." Tang Xiaoxi rubbed her hands together and smiled shyly. "Xiao Yin, I have a favor to ask of you." "Oh." Qin Yin couldn't help but smile. "When did our Xiaoxi become so polite?" "Humph. Where did your courage go when you asked for 5 pieces of golden silk wood from the palace last time?" Tang Xiaoxi's face turned red. I might have gone a little overboard this time. Say it. Qin Yin put down her harp and generously opened her arms to hug Tang Xiaoxi's shoulders. She smiled. I don't have anything I want anyway. If you say it, I will naturally do my best to help you. Xiao Yin, do you still remember what Her Majesty the Empress gave you when you were 7 years old? Ah. Qin Yin was stunned. Mother gave me, the last gift, yes, yes. Qin Yin lowered her head and slowly unbuttoned her clothes. The golden thread extended all the way to the 2 tender pieces of flesh. There was a piece of bone about the size of a thumb hanging at the end. It was a young dragon's metatarsal, but it was a genuine 5-clawed dragon. It was passed down from generation to generation in her mother's family. This is the last thing my mother left for me. Qin Yin's eyes reddened. Her mother had already passed away when she was still young, and there weren't many things left for her. Seeing Qin Yin's eyes turning red, Tang Xiaoxi panicked. Xiao Yin, don't cry. I don't want it anymore. Qin Yin pursed her red lips and said, although this true dragon bone is precious, but if Xiaoxi really needs it, I'm willing to give it to you. After all, it's just a gift to me. Really? Tang Xiaoxi blinked her beautiful eyes, but she felt that she was going a little overboard, so she shook her head and said, forget it, I don't want it anymore. Qin Yin smiled and lifted her long hair. She took the pendant from her neck and said, all right, I'll give it to you. You are my best sister, a sister for life. Don't I still have the zither that mother left me? Moreover, as long as Xiaoxi is happy, the spirit of my mother in heaven will also be gratified, right? Hee hee. Tang Xiaoxi held the dragon bone that was still warm from Qin Yin's body, feeling apologetic and grateful. She pouted and said, Xiao Yin, I will treat you well for life, and I will never leave you. Yes, me too. In the afternoon, a white horse stopped in front of the temple. Tang Xiaoxi entered the temple with the true dragon bone that Qin Yin had given her. She found Lin Muyu, who was sparring with her. The Silver Star instructor immediately left respectfully. He knew that Tang Xiaoxi had something to discuss with Lin Muyu, so he didn't dare to be a third wheel. Princess She was the second most beautiful woman in the imperial capital, and the beloved daughter of Tang Lan of the Seven Seas City. She was temperamental, and he couldn't afford to offend her. This is really the true dragon bone. Lin Muyu held the pendant in her hands, finding it hard to believe. This metatarsal looked simple and ordinary, and didn't look like a dragon bone. Tang Xiaoxi's eyes immediately turned red, and she felt extremely wronged. In order to obtain this true dragon bone, I'm willing to give up everything. You heartless fellow, you actually doubt that this isn't the true dragon bone. Lin Muyu hurriedly smiled apologetically. Thank you, Xiaoxi. Thank you so much. Where did you get this true dragon bone? It must be very expensive. I heard from Grandpa Lei Hong of the temple that the true dragon on the continent has long been extinct, and the true dragon bone has also disappeared with the passage of time. It's impossible to find a complete true dragon bone. You don't need to ask where I got it. Tang Xiaoxi blinked and said, Mu, what do you want this true dragon bone for? To refine medicine. Ha! Lin Muyu didn't want the remnant scroll of the forging dragon bone to spread, so she smiled and said, it's a secret, I'll tell you in the future. Tang Xiaoxi was instantly unhappy, and she lightly pouted. So petty. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. I'm going back to cultivate. When I'm free, I'll visit you at the Duke's mansion. When? Tang Xiaoxi was a little excited. When I'm free. Bastard! After sending off Princess She, a few sparring partners and instructors nearby all looked at her with ambiguous and jealous gazes. It was no wonder that the naturally beautiful Tang Xiaoxi, a rare peerless beauty, would actually show such favor to a mere temple employee like Lin Muyu. How could they not be envious and jealous? These instructors and sparring partners felt that the heavens were too unfair, and all the favor had landed on this brat, Lin Ji. Holding the dragon bone in his hand, Lin Muyu happily thought about when to refine it. At this moment, Raham entered the training hall and went straight to the training room where Lin Muyu was. With a calm expression, he smiled and said, "Lin Ji, I'm here to see you. How's your cultivation going?" "Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Raham. Everything is normal," he answered truthfully. "Oh." Raham lowered his voice and smiled. "Have you comprehended the remnant scroll of the forging dragon bone?" "Ah. I've comprehended less than half, is that so?" Raham nodded and muttered to himself. He took out a black key and gave it to him. "Here, this is for you." "Oh, what's this?" "A secret room in the backyard. Many Gold Star instructors have their own private secret training rooms where they won't be disturbed. You also need a quiet environment to cultivate the remnant scroll of the forging dragon bone, so this secret room is temporarily for you to use. Use it well and don't waste the temple's resources." Lin Muyu was extremely grateful. "Thank you, Grandpa Raham." "Ha, you're welcome. If it wasn't for that old fellow Choo Choo's face, I wouldn't have made an exception to let sparring partners have their own private secret rooms." The afternoon training session was naturally cancelled. When Lin Muyu arrived at the secret room in the backyard, he was shocked. Although it was called a secret room, it was actually a courtyard. It was more luxurious than the 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The secret room was fully equipped with daily necessities, and every secret room was equipped with a servant to take care of the practitioner's daily necessities. After entering the secret room, he immediately locked the stone door. He sat cross-legged on the stone bed. This kind of design was reasonable. Many experts who cultivated in the law of fire could not cultivate on a normal bed, or else they would burn the bed. Lin Muyu's cultivation direction was uncertain. The lightning strike was based on the law of lightning, while the green rock armor was based on the law of rock. But if the chi was strong enough, it could also produce flames, so it was better to sit on the stone bed. With a gentle push, the true dragon bone immediately floated in front of his chest. He gently untied the golden thread that was tied to the dragon bone and put it in his arms. He then began to use his chi to feel the power in the dragon bone. Just as Lin Muyu was focusing all her attention on the dragon bone, she suddenly felt a splitting pain in her head. Following that, she heard the roar of a divine dragon and a vast dragon aura surrounding her body. She felt as if her entire body was being burned by the dragon's flames, and the heart-wrenching pain was unbearable. Lin Muyu let out a cry of pain, but she forced herself to stay focused and continued to pry into the secrets of the dragon bone. Although his eyes were closed, his eye could feel the scene. In the chaos, the flames were burning. He saw a young golden dragon struggling in the endless purgatory magma, letting out roars. This was probably the scene when the young dragon died. The young dragon's roar had already turned into a mournful cry, and then its body slowly turned into a pool of blood in the magma. Only a part of the dragon's claw was left clinging to the rock. As time passed, the dragon's claw slowly weathered, and finally, only a metatarsal bone was left. It was the metatarsal bone in front of him. Lin Muyu let out a long sigh. He finally understood the origin of this metatarsal bone, and also understood the memory and power contained in this dragon bone. This young dragon had stored almost all of its dragon power in this metatarsal bone. If he really refined this metatarsal bone, it would be equivalent to refining the power of a young 5-clawed dragon. He took a deep breath and began to use his chi to peel off the structure of the dragon bone, releasing the dragon power within. However, his chi was like water in a stream, constantly attacking the rock that was the dragon bone, but he could not break it. After more than an hour, there was still no progress. Did he really have to use the crafting cauldron? He slowly shook his head and raised his palm. Flames quickly enveloped his body and the dragon bone. The huge cauldron had already been opened. Something that could not be done with chi, the crafting cauldron should be able to do. Light the fire. With his order, the crafting cauldron let out a low whistle, and raging flames lingered around the dragon bone. The extremely penetrating flames only burned for less than 10 minutes, and the dragon bone began to peel off. With a dragon's roar, strands of golden dragon power slowly lingered around Lin Muyu's body, and then continuously seeped into her body. Ah! When the dragon power entered her skin, flesh, and blood, Lin Muyu felt an extremely intense burning pain, but that was not the main point. When the dragon power touched her bones and began to temper and fuse with them, the piercing pain was completely unbearable for Lin Muyu. Her body was instantly covered in sweat, and her clothes and pants were immediately soaked. However, the pain was far more than that. As the dragon power continued to temper and fuse with her bones, the pain became more and more intense. Finally, Lin Muyu's consciousness began to blur, and she fell on her back. "Big brother, stop!" A voice came into his ear. It was the elf female official, Lulu. She was flying in the air, shouting at the top of her lungs. Lin Muyu suddenly woke up, and found that his body was covered in flames. Ah! He hurriedly withdrew his chi and the crafting cauldron, and rolled on the ground a few times to put out the flames on his body. He stood there in a sorry state. If it was not for Lulu waking him up and letting the crafting cauldron continue, he was afraid that his body would have been destroyed. Pain could be stimulating, but it could also make people faint and fall asleep. This was too dangerous. Chapter 63. Her scalp tingling, Lin Muyu touched the slightly charred true dragon bone with lingering fear. She turned to look at Lulu and said, "Thank you, Lulu. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid Big Brother would already be dead." Lulu had a reproachful look on her face. "Big Brother, you're taking too much of a risk. Your pain has already awakened me from my slumber. You can't cultivate here anymore. It's better to give up on the forging dragon bone remnant scroll." No, Lin Muyu was resolute. This true dragon bone was obtained by Xiaoxi with great difficulty. It can't be wasted. Moreover, I need the dragon forging bone remnant scroll to reconstruct my bloodline. This risk must be taken. "Lulu, don't stop me, I've already made up my mind." Lulu was somewhat helpless. Then what does Big Brother plan to do? "If you continue on like this, you'll be killed by this evil mental cultivation method." Actually, Lin Muyu muttered to herself, a thought flashing through her mind, "It's not that my body can't withstand this kind of pain, it's that my mind can't withstand the powerful dragon force and will collapse. Therefore, as long as I don't faint, there should still be hope to refine this true dragon bone." Lulu was dumbfounded. "Big Brother, you want to use the spirit concentration powder?" "Yes." The spirit concentration powder was a level 9 medicine. It could condense a person's mind and make it last for a long time. It could resist the negative effects of lethargy and fainting. The only harm was that the side effects were relatively large. After using the spirit concentration powder, one would not be able to sleep for about 3 to 5 days. At dusk, Lin Muyu came alone to the Imperial City's medicine shop to search for the herbs needed for the spirit concentration powder. There were a total of 3 types. She still had some heart-calming grass. She still had some spirit-calming grass, which was relatively common and not expensive. The most important was the ice-congealing flower. This plant could absorb the cold in the air and bloom flowers that would freeze over. This kind of flower could maintain its frozen state even under the scorching sun. It was extremely magical. "What? You want the ice-congealing flower?" The shopkeeper looked at him in shock and said, "The ice-congealing flower is a forbidden medicine, my lord. Although you are a member of the Holy Cathedral, the ice-congealing flower was listed as a forbidden medicine by the Empire 300 years ago." "Oh, why?" The shopkeeper smiled. "That's because the congealing ice flower has a powerful stimulating effect. It can make the user's heart surge with excitement. Even if the user were to have sex with more than 10 women in one night, it would not be a problem. However, the side effects of the congealing ice flower are too great. In the past, it has caused the deaths of many nobles. Therefore, The Empire has decreed that the congealing ice flower is prohibited from being used as medicine. Lin Muyu frowned. I didn't use the ice congealing flower for this. Shopkeeper, I'm a gold star level employee of the Holy Sanctum. Isn't it stated in the Empire's laws? These prohibitions can be slightly pardoned for people from the temple. Can you sell me some congealing ice flowers? The shopkeeper was put in a difficult position. Then, sigh, since my lord insists, I'll give you one. Our medicine shop only has 2 congealing ice flowers. However, the congealing flower is very rare, so it's very expensive. 100 Jin coins. Do you want it? Lin Muyu touched her waist pouch. She had not received her salary for this month, so she only had 100 Jin coins on her. She nodded. All right then, 100 it is. I'll take it. All right. Soon, a pot of congealing ice flowers was brought out. Although it was late autumn, the congealing flowers' petals were covered in a thick layer of ice. Lin Muyu picked it up and went straight to the holy cathedral. Along the way, she ignored the sparring masters and instructors who greeted her. She was afraid that they would notice that she was carrying a forbidden medicine. That would not be good. After entering the secret chamber, she immediately began to refine the medicinal essence. Then, she began to smelt the 3 medicinal essences at a ratio of 1:8. She also used the fire refining method, using vital energy to evaporate the last impurities in the medicinal essence, leaving behind the purest portion to smelt the medicine. This method had long been lost on this continent, right? After more than an hour, the spirit concentration elixir was completed. As the effects of the spirit concentration elixir lasted for a long time, it did not matter when she drank it. In the past, Lin Muyu had only drunk the spirit concentration elixir in the game. This time, she was going to drink a bottle of it in real life. It definitely did not taste good. After drinking it, it was bitter, but she instantly became very spirited. Her entire body was refreshed. The side effect was that a warm current separated from her dantian. One went straight to her brain, and the other went straight to her lower body. Yes, this was the effect of the congealing ice flower. She began to refine the true dragon bone again. The light from the treasure refining cauldron shone in all directions in the secret chamber. Flames lingered, and the true dragon bone trembled again. Waves of dragon roars echoed in the secret chamber. Lin Muyu closed her eyes and slowly controlled her vital energy to refine the true dragon bone. An endless stream of dragon power once again seeped into her body, reshaping her bones during the process of bone tempering. A huge wave of pain struck her, and she instantly howled. The strong impact mixed with the excitement brought by the spirit concentration elixir. As time passed, she really did not faint this time. Every inch of her bones felt cold and hot alternately. This feeling was worse than death. If it was not for the spirit concentration elixir, she was afraid that she would have fainted again. Lin Muyu gritted her teeth. Her expression was solemn, and her whole body was soaked in sweat. The thick flames formed by the dragon power lingered around her body, but it did not burn her. Instead, it tempered her bones inch by inch. The moment the dragon power seeped into her bone marrow, the real pain finally came. Woo woo, he could not help but let out a muffled groan. This was an indescribable pain that people would rather dance barefoot in flames and sharp blades than to experience this pain. This process was very long, a full 7 or 8 hours. Every time Lin Muyu almost fainted, the spirit concentration elixir would always pull him back from the brink of death. He refined the spirit concentration elixir himself, and it was actually to save himself. In the blink of an eye, an unknown amount of time passed, and the pain suddenly disappeared. The true dragon bone in the crafting cauldron also turned into some waste dust and disappeared with the wind. But it was also at this moment that Lin Muyu felt something spiritual in his blood. A strong feeling of not being satisfied if he did not spit it out took over his body. He slowly opened his palm, and this power rose up. It was actually a light purple flame. This is... He was a little surprised. At this time, Lei Hong's voice came from outside the door, "Little brat, this is true yuan, a power derived from the true dragon's blood, also known as the true dragon primary fire. Make good use of it, it will make you an unparalleled expert. It has been hundreds of years since anyone on the continent has been able to possess the true dragon primary fire." "Ah, Grandpa Lei Hong." Lin Muyu was shocked, he did not think that Lei Hong was peeping. In fact, one of the main reasons why Lei Hong arranged for him to be in a secret room was to protect him while he cultivated. Otherwise, if anything happened to Lin Muyu during his cultivation, Chu Chu would definitely not let Lei Hong off easily. Lei Hong chuckled, although this true dragon primary fire is very strong, you must not easily reveal it in front of others. If someone recognizes that you are using the true dragon primary fire, you will have countless troubles. Alright, Grandpa has watched you for an entire day, my old bones are about to fall apart. Go eat something. As for you brat, you better go find a place to vent. There is a spring flower brothel in the east of the imperial city, the girls there are not bad. You can go there, if you don't have money, just put it on the temple's tab. I'm leaving. I have already cultivated for an entire day. Lin Muyu silently muttered to himself. Using his spiritual sense, he sensed that Lei Hong's powerful strength had gone far away. It seemed like he had really left. At this time, it was as if he had been reborn. In the bone forging and marrow cleansing section, the assimilation of the true dragon bone had been completed, and he had unexpectedly obtained the mysterious power of the true dragon primary fire. But, why did Lei Hong want him to go to the mysterious spring flower brothel to find girls? He was confused, completely unable to understand what was going on. But at this time, an evil fire suddenly rose from his lower body to his dantian. His entire body became hot, and with a buzz in his head, he almost completely lost his mind. His cheeks were burning hot. What was going on? Could this be the result of using the spirit concentration powder? Heavens, this was more effective than any drug. Even an expert like Lin Muyu could not resist the rising desire. He did not know how to deal with this. But at this time, something even worse happened. Dong dong dong, sounds came from outside the stone door, and Tang Xiaoxi's voice sounded, "Mu, are you there?" Lin Muyu opened his mouth, but immediately felt that it was not appropriate. He immediately shut his mouth, but it was already too late. "So you are here, I'm coming in," Tang Xiaoxi reached out and pushed, and the door opened. Damn it, he actually forgot to lock the stone door. Lin Muyu regretted it so much that his intestines almost turned green. Indistinctly, Tang Xiaoxi's graceful figure appeared in the secret room, and she walked over with a smile. "Mu, why is your face so red? Are you sick?" He almost couldn't speak, and there were thousands of desires in his heart, but the girl in front of him was Tang Xiaoxi, a woman he absolutely could not touch. Tang Xiaoxi wore a beautiful close-fitting dress, which outlined her graceful figure extremely charming. She walked over and sat down slowly beside him, and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" The faint fragrance of a young girl wafted into her nose. This was even more fatal. Lin Muyu's breathing became heavier and heavier. She was struggling with her desire and refused to give in. She said, "Shao Shi, hurry up and get out. I can't hold it in any longer." Are you okay?" Tang Xiaoxi approached him and reached out to touch his forehead. "Wow, why is it so hot?" Lin Muyu inadvertently looked down and saw a pair of plump white rabbits on Princess Xi's chest, so beautiful and pure. His brain was completely out of control. "Shao Shi," he reached out to hold Tang Xiaoxi's slender waist, and his left hand climbed up her virgin peaks, and he lowered his head to kiss Tang Xiaoxi's lips. For a moment, Tang Xiaoxi was almost petrified, and her big eyes were wide open, and her long eyelashes trembled a few times. Lin Muyu's kiss on her lips was hot, and this feeling seemed to be irresistible. However, her chest was suddenly caught, and Tang Xiaoxi was instantly embarrassed and angry, and she pushed Lin Muyu away. "Mu! What are you doing?" However, When she saw Lin Muyu's pair of misty and lustful eyes, she suddenly seemed to have guessed something. She immediately raised her palm, and with a surge of vital energy, she directly hit Lin Muyu's chest, and shouted softly, heart-clearing incantation. A faint green brilliance flowed in her palm, and in the blink of an eye, Lin Muyu's mind became clear. He was completely freed from the side effects of the spirit concentration powder, and his mind was clear, and he knew what had just happened. He looked at the blushing Tang Xiaoxi with a face full of remorse, and he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Xiaoxi. I'm sorry, I'm really, too. He stammered for a long time without saying anything, but Tang Xiaoxi looked at him coldly, and rebuttoned the chest button of her cloak, stood up, and patted his shoulder, saying, "Idiot, you dare to use the congealing ice flower as medicine, you really don't want to live. If I hadn't learned the heart-clearing incantation when I was young, I'm afraid you would have lost your life." Of course, Lin Muyu knew what she meant. If he took away the chastity of Duke Kanglin's granddaughter, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of Qihai City would chop him into pieces in minutes. "Thank you, Xiaoxi." He still felt extremely inferior, and didn't dare to raise his head. Tang Xiaoxi burst into laughter. "You didn't do it on purpose, I forgive you. I came here to tell you that the Upper Shi Festival will be coming soon. Do you have any plans? If not, then come with me." "Upper Shi Festival? What's that?" He looked puzzled. Tang Xiaoxi looked disdainful. "You don't even know about the Upper Shi Festival, you're really sick." "Well, the Upper Shi Festival is a very important festival in the customs, and it means a happy gathering. On this day, everyone will be together with their friends and family. I see that you don't have many friends, so come with me, how about it?" "Okay." Lin Muyu secretly rejoiced. Tang Xiaoxi was a very lovable girl, and if he offended her because of what happened today, it would be a great sin. Fortunately, she was willing to forgive him. Anyway, he was alone, and it was good to have someone to accompany him. Chapter 64. On the side of the street, a beautiful girl dressed in luxurious clothes was sitting in an inconspicuous venison restaurant. It was Tang Xiaoxi. She held a fork in her hand and was full of interest towards a plate of venison. Lin Muyu sat opposite her and rubbed her hands together shyly. "Xiaoxi, can I tell you something?" "Yes, what is it?" "Lend me some money." Borrow money?" Tang Xiaoxi couldn't help but smile. She tilted her head and looked at him teasingly. Just how poor are you that you want to borrow money from me? Most of the sparring partners in the Holy Cathedral are poor. You know that." Lin Muyu was a little embarrassed. "Also, I really need money urgently. I will definitely be able to pay you back soon. Don't worry about that. I will definitely pay you back within 7 days. All right then, Tang Xiaoxi pouted. Tell me, how much do you want? Lin Muyu raised 2 fingers. This much. You're asking for too much. You want 20,000 Jin coins? Tang Xiaoxi was stunned. No, it's only 2,000. Lin Muyu wanted to die. That's more like it. Tang Xiaoxi reached into her pocket and took out 2 heavy coins. She threw them to him and smiled. Take it. Clack, the 2 transparent coins rolled on the table twice and stopped. They were crystal coins that were almost transparent. They had been carved with very fine craftsmanship, and the Empire's emblem was clearly visible on them. However, these 2 coins were worth 2,000 Jin coins. Lin Muyu picked one up and weighed it in her hand. She couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoxi, don't tease me. What is this? Is it worth 2,000 Jin coins? It can't be. Tang Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows and stared at him as if he was a country bumpkin. You really are from the countryside. You haven't even seen diamond coins before. 1 diamond coin is equivalent to 1,000 gold coins. This is something that every citizen of the Empire knows. On the side, the waiter of the venison restaurant was stunned. This young lady actually has diamond coins. This is the first time I've seen diamond coins. It's said that ordinary people can't even afford to use this kind of diamond coins. Only those high officials and nobles would use diamond coins. Lin Muyu suddenly understood. She hurriedly stuffed the 2 diamond coins into her waist pocket and said with a smile, "Thank you, Xiao Shi. I'll return it to you within a week. Moreover, I'll return 3,000 Jin coins to you. How about it?" Tang Xiaoxi smiled happily. "Wow, you can make money." Okay, I was just worried about not having enough pocket money." "Alright, it's a deal." In the afternoon, Lin Muyu took 2 diamond coins to the medicine shop in the Imperial Capital Chamber of Commerce. She walked into the largest medicine shop and said bluntly, "I want to see your manager." When the waiter saw the golden emblem on her chest, he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly went to invite her in. Not long after, a chubby middle-aged man walked over. He was dressed in golden embroidered clothes and cupped his fists. He smiled and said, "Sir, I'm the owner of this medicine shop. I'm called Third Fatty Jean. My surname is Jean, and I'm fat. I'm the 3rd child in my family, so people in the alchemy world call me Third Fatty Jean." "Sir, may I know why you're looking for me?" Lin Muyu looked at him deeply and said, "What's your alchemy level?" Third Fatty Jean cupped his fists and smiled. Thank you. I'm a rank 9 king herb. I was chosen by my friends in the alchemy world to be the leader of this medicine shop." Hee. No wonder this fatty's eyes were filled with arrogance. He was a king herb. This kind of alchemy level was probably one of the best in the empire. However, Lin Muyu didn't have much respect for him. After all, he could refine rank 10 medicine himself. He could be said to be the only alchemy god in this world. Moreover, he was proficient in all kinds of different methods of refining medicine. A mere king herb wasn't worthy of his respect. "I want to buy some ingredients from your medicine shop. Do you have 7-colored lotus?" Third Fatty Jin's expression changed when he heard the words 7-colored lotus. "Sir, what do you want 7-colored lotus for?" "To refine medicine." Lin Muyu's answer was very simple. She then said, "The people of the Divine Palace can buy a small amount of 7-colored lotus. Name your price." "Boss Jean." Third Fatty Jean sighed. 7-colored lotus is extremely rare. Furthermore, it's a forbidden medicine in the empire. How about this? I'll give you 1 tael of 7-colored lotus for 200 gold coins. How about that? This is already a discounted price. Alright, I want 1 kilogram. Give me some skeleton trees too." "Skeleton trees?" Third Fatty Jean was stunned. 7-colored lotus with skeleton trees. Could it be you? The shock in his heart was at its peak. "You want to refine the legendary peak of reverie? You don't have to worry about that. You sell the ingredients, and I'll refine the medicine." Alright. Third Fatty Jean immediately ordered someone to weigh 1 kilogram of 7-colored lotus and gave Yangming 3 skeleton trees. However, he was still confused. No one had successfully refined Peak of Dreams for thousands of years. Countless people had tried, but none of them had found the right formula or refining method. Could this brat be able to do it? Thinking up to this point, Third Fatty Jean suddenly said, "Sir, if you really manage to refine Peak of Dreams, why don't you bring it to the medicine shop and let me take a look? If you want to sell it, I, Third Fatty Jean, will definitely be able to get the highest price for you." "Alright, let's talk about it later." "Alright." After returning to the Divine Palace with the pile of ingredients, Yangming did not return to his room. Instead, he started to refine medicine in the secret room. This time, he managed to refine 12 bottles of Peak of Dreams. During the refining process, the true dragon essence fire entered Ninghua's hands, and the speed at which the essence was extracted was extremely fast. Therefore, the speed of the refining was also extremely fast. Lin Muyu was very comprehensive in her considerations. She was still in the hypnotic stage of the spirit concentration powder, so she couldn't fall asleep at all. This was very harmful to her body, but Peak of Dreams was a top-notch hypnotic. No matter how hypnotic she would still fall into a deep sleep for 3 days after taking a dose of Peak of Dreams. Also, it seemed like she should give a bottle of Peak of Dreams to Chuyao to help her cultivate. During the 3 days she slept, Chuyao should also increase her strength. Thus, she brought 6 bottles of Peak of Dreams with her, and 5 of them were sold in the imperial capital's medicine shop. When Third Fatty Jean confirmed that it was the real Peak of Dreams, he almost collapsed. Lin Muyu also asked him to hide his identity as the auctioneer, and gave 20% of the auction proceeds to the store. She did not mistreat him. After he was done, he went straight to the Spiritual Medicine Division. The Spiritual Medicine Division was the palace of all the medical officers and master alchemists. With his identity as a gold star sparring master of the Divine Palace, he easily entered Chuyao's third division. Lin Muyu had been here before, so he could smell the strong smell of medicine. When he arrived at the third division, he saw Chuyao spreading her snow-white fingers and working hard to extract the medicinal essence of an iron pear flower. Her technique was getting more and more proficient, and she was actually starting to challenge the iron pear flower. Sister Chuyao. Lin Muyu's call immediately stopped Chuyao from refining. She retracted the true qi in her palm, turned around, and jumped into Lin Muyu's embrace. She smiled and said, You came to see me? Yeah, I even brought you a present. What is it? Lin Muyu took out the bottle of Dream of Returning to the Extreme and said, Dream of Returning to the Extreme, the legendary medicine that can unlock the greatest potential. Choose a time and drink it, then sleep for 3 days. Your cultivation will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Really? Chuyao accepted the gift and was extremely happy. But at this time, a cold voice came from behind. Where did this stinking brat come from? How dare you trespass into our Spiritual Medicine Division's Alchemy Division? Get the hell out of here. Huh? Lin Muyu couldn't help but feel angry. She turned around and saw that the newcomer was a young man around 25 years old. He wore a golden herb emblem on his chest, while Chuyao wore a silver one. This was enough to prove that this young man's alchemist rank was higher than Chuyao's. Moreover, it was easy to read something from his jealous gaze. This person seemed to be interested in Chuyao. Deacon Luo Bin, he's my friend. He's here to visit me. He didn't trespass into the alchemy division. Chuyao explained. Luo Bin raised an eyebrow and said, The alchemy division is the most secretive place in the entire spiritual medicine division. Chuyao, you should know the rules of the spiritual medicine division, right? Chuyao wanted to say something more, but Lin Muyu flashed in front of her and looked at Luo Bin coldly. She smiled faintly and said, I'm a sparring partner from the Holy Temple. My name is Lin Ji. Deacon Luo Bin, is there a problem? Someone from the Holy Temple. Luo Bin laughed coldly, so you're a lackey of the Holy Temple. No wonder you're so arrogant. A mere sparring partner dares to behave so atrociously in the Spiritual Medicine Division? Do you think the alchemists of the Spiritual Medicine Division are all a bunch of powerless trash? Get out of my way, I want to teach this brat who doesn't know his place a lesson. The group of alchemists stepped aside one after another. Luo Bin raised his palm and a blood-red true energy hovered in his palm. It quickly condensed into a blood-red longsword. It was actually a weapon-type martial soul. Normally, cultivators who possessed this kind of martial soul would be very good at attacking. Therefore, Lin Muyu had no choice but to be careful. At this time, a young alchemist not far away kindly reminded, Lin Ji, you have to be careful. Deacon Luo Bin is the son of the imperial minister. You must not hurt him, Lin Muyu couldn't help but sneer. No wonder this brat was so arrogant. His strength was already very close to that of a battle saint. Originally, none of the sparring partners in the Holy Temple could be his match. However, it was his bad luck that he met her today. Here it comes. Luo Bin took a big stride forward and the martial soul blade in his hand flew up. He had the momentum to split his opponent into two from the shoulder. At this moment, Lin Muyu had already made up her mind to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, this Luo Bin would definitely use his power and position in the spiritual medicine department to do some despicable things to Chu Yao. The true energy of the fallen star step flashed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Muyu moved 2 meters horizontally, perfectly dodging Luo Bin's attack. She turned around and raised her left arm. Her true energy turned into streaks of lightning and gathered on her arm. Then, she swept it towards Luo Bin's back. Pang! Luo Bin's back received a heavy blow. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! How could he endure this kind of humiliation in front of Chu Yao? He turned around and pounced towards Lin Muyu like a wild beast. Lin Muyu didn't move an inch. However, the martial soul gourd came out of her body. The black tortoise shell and dragon scale wall flew out together. With a pang sound, Luo Bin was knocked back. His face was already covered in blood. Luo Bin fell to the ground. One of his front teeth had also fallen out. He roared in anger, "You bastard!" Lin Muyu took a step forward and stepped on his chest. She said coldly, "Chu Yao is my elder sister. It is natural for me to come and see her. You humiliated the holy temple first. Don't blame me for being too harsh." Chapter 65. You lowly commoner, you son of a bitch. Luo Bin struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes filled with venom as he said fiercely, "Just you wait, the minister's office will not let this go, and the spirit medicine department will not let you off either. Just you wait." As he spoke, Luo Bin turned around and left, and the crowd of alchemists also dispersed with a sigh. You've caused trouble." Chu Yao looked at him reproachfully and said, "We've just arrived at the capital, how could you offend someone like Luo Bin? His father is the minister, and he's in charge of all sorts of government matters. If we offend him, how will we continue to live in the capital?" Lin Muyu felt a bit guilty and rubbed her nose, saying, "I just can't stand his arrogant attitude, and I can't stand him fantasizing about you." When Chu Yao heard the last sentence, she felt her heart beat wildly, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if the spring wind had melted a pond of water. She said, "All right, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I really can't stay in the spirit medicine department. You should hurry back to the temple, at least the people in the temple can protect you." "Hurry back, Sister Chu Yao, are you all right?" Lin Muyu asked with concern. She was worried that Luo Bin wouldn't be able to find her and would make a move on Chu Yao. Chu Yao shook her head with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm just a weak little girl, and I'm also a silver needle level alchemist in the spirit medicine department. My name is already on the books, so he probably can't do anything to me. Moreover, the commander of the Imperial Army, Feng Jixing, and my brother came to visit me last time, and I've met with the attendants of the spirit medicine department. At least Luo Bin will give Feng Jixing some face." That's good. Take the dream returning peak as soon as possible, and then find a safe place to sleep for 3 days. Your cultivation will definitely improve a lot, I'm going back to cultivate as well. Alright, go ahead. Looking at Lin Muyu's handsome figure in the distance, this young man's temperament was also subtly changing as his cultivation improved. Now, the confidence he exuded was enough to move a young girl like Chu Yao. Moreover, they had been together for a long time, so it was inevitable that feelings would be born. Chu Yao let out a soft sigh and remained silent. Hundreds of thoughts were running through her mind, but she also thought about the relationship between Tang Xiaoxi and Lin Muyu. The fact that Tang Xiaoxi had entered the holy temple to protect Lin Muyu had long been known by the entire city. It must be known that the Grand Deacon of the Holy Temple, Lei Hong, and Duke of Tsanglan, Tang Lan, were close friends. There were even rumors that Lei Hong was Duke of Tsanglan's subordinate. Because of the relationship between Tang Xiaoxi and Lin Muyu, Lei Hong would naturally protect Lin Muyu in every possible way. After thinking about it, Chuyao could only continue to refine medicine. Rushing back to the holy temple, he did not go straight to the secret chamber, but instead went to the main hall of the holy temple. 2 guards carried their weapons and asked, "Sparring master, what are you doing here?" "I want to see Grandpa Lei Hong." "Wait for us to report." "Yes." Not long after, Lei Hong walked out of the holy temple drowsily and asked with a smile, "What's wrong, kid?" Lin Muyu said, "I want to sleep and cultivate for 3 days, so I hope that Grandpa Lei Hong can send someone to guard outside my secret chamber. Otherwise, I'm worried that my enemies will hurt me while I'm asleep." "Oh." Lei Hong squinted his eyes, "Didn't you just take the spirit concentration powder?" "I know the effects of the congealing flower, how can you still sleep?" "Anyway, I can sleep." It seemed that Chu Chu did not mention to Lei Hong about the dream back to the peak. That was good. Lei Hong nodded, "Okay, I will let Deacon Guyang cultivate outside your secret chamber for the next 3 days. Don't worry, no one in the holy temple will harm you." "Many thanks, Grandpa Lei Hong." Returning to the secret chamber, he was relieved this time. He took out a bottle of dream back to the peak, opened the cap and took a sniff. There was a hint of sweetness in the fragrance of the rainbow lotus. He raised his head and drank it. The next moment, he felt dizzy and drowsy. As expected, the effects of dream back to the peak were stronger than the spirit concentration powder, and he was forced to sleep. This sleep was very long. In the dream, he felt like he had experienced a catastrophe. His whole body was burning, and his bones felt like they were on fire. The extremely hot flame burned every inch of his skin. Golden light flashed in front of his eyes, and he saw a 5-clawed dragon with golden scales dancing in the air. One of the dragon's whiskers was shaking, and a pair of cold eyes was looking at him as if he was the king of the earth. Ah, he suddenly woke up from the dream. It was early in the morning, and he could hear the bell ringing for breakfast in the holy temple. Clenching his fists, Lin Muyu took a deep breath. He could feel a vast power circulating in his body. He knew that his cultivation had improved a lot even without measuring it with any instrument. He raised his fist, and Jinqi was enshrouded in it. He smiled, and with a slight push of his Jinqi, it quickly turned into a light purple flame. It was the true dragon primary fire. The destructive power of this fire was very strong, and it could not be used inappropriately. Lin Muyu even suspected that the destructive power of the true dragon primary fire could easily defeat an opponent of the same cultivation level, or even kill them directly. Stepping out of the secret chamber, Guyang was taking a morning breath. The so-called morning breath was to breathe in and out the natural qi in the morning. This was Guyang's cultivation method. He only did this once a day, and Guyang would not miss it. Opening one eye, Guyang glanced at Lin Muyu, and said with a smile, "Lin Ji, your cultivation has improved. This old man won't send you off. You can go and have your breakfast before going to the temple." "Thank you, Master Guyang, for protecting me." Lin Muyu cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Guyang smiled and did not reply. In fact, this kid's cultivation was indeed very good, but he was humble and cautious, without any arrogance. There were fewer and fewer young cultivators like him. Looking at so many young warriors in the holy temple, Zhen Fang was too arrogant because of his noble background, while Zhao Jin, Ouyang Qiu, and the others were too murderous and arrogant. Lin Muyu, who had started as a sparring partner, seemed to have a much higher state of mind than these people. The sea can accommodate hundreds of rivers, and those who have a broad mind will eventually reach a higher level of cultivation. "Master Lin Ji." A servant called out from afar, and said with a respectful smile, "Great Deacon Lei Hong is calling you to the holy temple." "Oh, okay." Lin Muyu did not eat, and went straight to the holy temple. Far away, Lei Hong sat on the seat of the great deacon, and said with a smile, "Lin Ji, you're here. Go to the testing device and see how much your cultivation has improved." "Yes." With a leap, he landed on the bright and transparent disc, and with a low shout, he activated his true qi. Immediately, his true chi was injected into the device under his feet, and the spirit stone beside him quickly leaped up, 5 long and 7 short. Battle Saint, not bad, not bad. Lei Hong stroked his beard, and said with a satisfied smile, all right, go, the morning training is about to begin, your body has fully recovered, right? I have recovered, thank you, Grandpa Lei Hong. Go. Yes. After finishing his meal, the time was just right, and when he arrived at the training hall, a group of sparring partners revealed a cheerful smile, Master Lin Ji is here. That's great. After her bloodline was reconstructed by the dragon forging bone remnant scroll, Lin Muyu's aura had also changed a little. Although she was amiable and approachable, there was a kind of awe-inspiring feeling that made a group of sparring partners feel reverence. Lin Ji, you finished your closed-door training? A young copper star sparring partner said with a smile. Lin Muyu knew this person, and although she did not know his real name, his nickname was Little Bean Sprout. His strength was not bad, but he seemed to be a little off today. His face was full of bruises, and his nose was crooked, as if the bridge of his nose was broken. Lin Muyu could not help but frown, and asked, Little Bean Sprout, what happened to your nose? Nothing. Little Bean Sprout hurriedly turned his face away. Qin Xiling, who was at the side, frowned and said, Lin Ji, Little Bean Sprout fought with Silver Star instructor Deng Zilin yesterday, and it was Deng Zilin who injured him. He did not control his strength at all. Little Bean Sprout gritted his teeth, Xiling, don't say any more. At this moment, a sturdy Silver Star instructor walked over. He was wearing armor, and there was a proud smile on his face. It was Deng Zilin. He raised his gaze, and said, Lord Deacon, I still want to fight with Little Bean Sprout today. He is my best punching bag. The deacon on duty was really Zhenfang, and he sneered, as you wish. Little Bean Sprout's body trembled, and he lowered his head, not daring to look up. This was the fate of the Holy Temple's sparring partners, lowly. Moreover, most of the sparring partners were commoners, and for the sake of their livelihood and that bit of Jin coins, they were willing to risk their lives to get beaten up. Although Lin Muyu had a good background in reality, and was the young master of the Long Exine group, he had no reason to sympathize with people like Little Bean Sprout who came from a poor background. Humans were born kind, and to him, this seemed to be a kind of instinct. Raising his arm slightly, Lin Muyu smiled, and said, Lord Deng Zilin is a Silver Star instructor, and sparring with a Copper Star sparring partner is not up to standard. Why don't you let me spar with you today? Deng Zilin's gaze turned cold, and he said, Lin Ji, you want to stand up for others? Don't think that just because the Great Deacon is protecting you, you can do whatever you want. Lin Muyu raised his eyebrows, and said, Why, you don't dare. Why not? Deng Zilin snorted coldly, and said, Let's spar then. Lord Deacon, please arrange for me to spar with Lin Ji. Zhenfang nodded happily, and said, As you wish. A few minutes later, in the training room, Deng Zilin took off his armor, and his strong muscles shone brightly. He summoned a ferocious tiger martial soul, and said with a smile, Come on, Lin Ji, let me see if you have 3 heads and 6 arms. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly punched at Lin Muyu's chest like a thunderbolt. Lin Muyu did not summon his martial soul, and raised his arm to block, relying on the strength of skin forging and bones honing to resist. Pang! Under the direct attack, he did not move an inch, but Deng Zilin was actually forced to take a few steps back. In an instant, Deng Zilin's face was a little pale. He knew that Lin Muyu was strong, but he did not know that this kid could block his attack without the support of his martial soul. The orange martial soul's power slowly flowed, and Lin Muyu summoned the black tortoise shell and the dragon scale wall, and said with a smile, Lord Deng, you are too impatient. Come on, we have the whole morning to spar. Deng Zilin was defeated in one attack, and he could only complain in his heart. Chapter 66. Someone's dead, a clamor of shouting could be heard in the hall. Deng Zilin was already panting, his arms and fists covered in blood. Lin Muyu didn't retaliate, but he was injured by Lin Muyu's iron wall defense. He couldn't help but look at this number one sparring partner in a new light. At this moment, the clamor outside gave him a chance to catch his breath. "What's wrong? Who's dead?" Deng Zilin stopped and asked. Lin Muyu frowned and retracted her martial spirit. "I don't know, let's go out and take a look." "Okay." A corpse lay quietly in the hall of the training hall. It was a sparring partner, his chest pierced by a sword. Fresh blood flowed out, and there were no signs of life. Moreover, this person was someone Lin Muyu recognized. It was the little beansprout that she had tried to help not long ago. "What's wrong?" Lin Muyu squeezed through the crowd and knelt on one knee beside little beansprout's corpse. She lifted up his clothes with trembling hands. This was not a normal sword wound, but a shock wave after the sword pierced through his heart, creating a fist-sized bloody hole. Little beansprout's entire heart had been crushed into pieces. Who was it? He stood up abruptly and roared. His palm was already on the hilt of the burning prairie sword. Not far away, Ouyang Qiu held a thin sword in his hand. Blood was still dripping from the blade. He said indifferently, "It was me. I accidentally killed him in a moment of excitement during training. I'll accept any punishment." "You killed him on purpose." Lin Muyu went straight to the point. "Is that so? Do you have proof?" Ouyang Qiu sneered and walked forward. He stood in front of little beansprout's corpse, as if it had nothing to do with him. The deacon, Zhen Fang, said, "Stop arguing. The deacon will be here soon. He will take care of it." Everyone nodded. A few minutes later, Lei Hong walked into the hall. His gaze swept past Lin Muyu, Ouyang Qiu, and Zhen Fang before landing on little beansprout's corpse. "What happened?" Reiham asked. Ouyang Qiu knelt on one knee and said, "Great Deacon, I accidentally killed this copper star sparring master during the trial. I am willing to accept any punishment. I only ask for Great Deacon's forgiveness." Lei Hong frowned and said, "Deacon Guyang, how should we deal with this matter?" Guyang opened the thick scroll and carefully read through it. Little Beansprout is a copper star sparring master from a commoner background. His annual salary is 50 Jin coins. Ouyang Qiu is a general in the Marquis Manor and is a third-class noble. According to the Empire's laws, if a noble accidentally kills a commoner, he only needs to compensate the commoner with 10 years of his income in order to be pardoned. Thus, according to the law, Ouyang Qiu accidentally killed Little Beansprout, so he has to compensate Little Beansprout's family 500 Jin coins. What? Lin Muyu was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, "Deacon Guyang, Ouyang Qiu clearly killed him on purpose. You didn't even examine the corpse carefully, how can you be sure that it was an accident?" Guyang said, "Lin Ji, pay attention to your words. According to the Empire's laws, a noble killing a commoner is a lesser crime. Don't tell me you don't know this." Lin Muyu clenched her fists and said angrily, "A life for a life. What nobles and commoners? What kind of bullshit law is this?" Lei Hong shouted, "Lin Ji, shut up. You've lost your composure. Go back to your room and cultivate." Guyang also nodded and said, "Lin Ji, go back to your room. There's no need to say anything else." Lin Muyu was so angry that her body was trembling. Is there still justice in this world? Are all of you blind? Ouyang Qiu intentionally killed Little Beansprout, don't you understand? Lin Ji. Lei Hong roared, and an invisible pressure descended. Immediately, Lin Muyu felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, and he couldn't help but want to kneel down. However, he gritted his teeth and circulated his true qi. He glared at Lei Hong and said through gritted teeth, "Someone must pay for Little Beansprout's death." Pa pa pa, the stone tiles under his feet cracked, but he still struggled to hold on. The veins on his body bulged, and under the pressure of Rayam's domain, the blood vessels in his eyes began to slowly seep out. His entire left eyeball was instantly dyed red, but Raham could clearly see the determination and clarity in his unwillingness to compromise in the blood. Go back and rest. Lei Hong suddenly retracted his pressure, and said indifferently, remember, there are some things you can't interfere in, and there are some rules you can't question. The Empire's laws are not something you can question. Lin Muyu's whole body was trembling, and he was panting heavily. At the side, the Silver Star instructor Zhang Wei patted his shoulder and said, foolish brat, hurry up and leave before the head deacon is completely enraged. Qin Xiling also said, Lin Ji, hurry up and leave. Little beansprouts matter, there will be justice in the future. Ouyang Qiu raised his blood-stained sword and knelt on the ground. He raised his head and said, Head Deacon, this subordinate is willing to bear all the punishment. I will personally deliver these 500 Jin coins to Little Beansprout's parents. Got it. Lei Hong said indifferently, Instructor Ouyang, you must be careful in your training in the future. I do not wish to see such a situation again. Yes. Ouyang Qiu raised his head, and his eyes met Lin Muyu's gaze. Immediately, a trace of complacency appeared in his eyes. Obviously, Ouyang Qiu killed Little Beansprout to dampen Lin Muyu's spirit. Lin Muyu dared to stand out to protect Little Beansprout, so Ouyang Qiu killed Little Beansprout to let him know who had the final say in the Divine Hall. Lin Muyu's heart was in turmoil, anger and unwillingness mixed together. He naturally understood Ouyang Qiu's meaning, but he was completely powerless now. It seemed that his protection had harmed Little Beansprout. Without saying a word, he turned around and returned to the secret chamber to continue cultivating. Looking at his back, Lei Hong sighed helplessly. Evening, Divine Marquis residence. Zhen Fang was playing with a thin dagger. This dagger was made of pure gold, and was not very hard. It was not suitable for killing enemies on the battlefield, so it could only be used as an ornament. Creak, the door opened, and a servant walked up and said respectfully, Little Marquis, the person is here. Let him in. Yes. The servant turned around to call for the person behind him. Very quickly, a thin man walked in. His eyes were sunken into his eye sockets, his cheekbones were high, and his eyes emitted a frightening light. After stepping into the room, he cupped his fists and smiled, Zhong Sui Sui greets Little Marquis. You are Zhong Sui Sui. Zhen Fang sneered and said, It is rumored that you are the most ruthless assassin in Lanyan City, I wonder if the rumors are true. Zhong Sui Sui raised his head and smiled, his eyes filled with killing intent, Little Marquis wants to verify it? Why not? Zhen Fang opened his hand, and a treasure sword several meters away was unsheathed with a keng sound. In an instant, it was grasped in his hand, and he smiled, Zhong Sui Sui, come, let me see if you have the qualifications to be used by me. Ha! Zhong Sui Sui sneered, and suddenly rushed forward in a flash. A sharp sword appeared in his hand, and with a light shake of his wrist, 3 sword flowers attacked Zhen Fang's neck, chest, and abdomen. It was incomparably ruthless. Zhen Fang was suddenly shocked, and his martial spirit came out of his body. The thin sword in his hand flew up and down, blocking Zhong Sui Sui Sui's attack twice. However, the speed of the third attack was too fast, and there was no time to block it. He could only condense 2 chi armors together to block it. Pooh! Zhong Sui Sui Sui's longsword was surrounded by a strong wind, and this strong wind actually forcefully blew open the defense of the chi armor. The sword blade cut through Zhen Fang's clothes, and directly pressed against his abdomen. A trace of icy cold pain made Zhen Fang break out in a cold sweat, and he stood there, unable to move. How dare you, Zhong Sui Sui, you dare to harm a single hair of the Little Marquis. The servant loudly scolded, Men. At this time, Zhong Sui Sui slowly retracted his sword and smiled faintly, I, Zhong Sui Sui, never do meaningless things. Killing the Little Marquis won't get any reward. Zhen Fang was already drenched in cold sweat from the fright. Now that he finally calmed down, he couldn't help but be afraid and said, Zhong Sui sure, your swordsmanship is indeed extraordinary. I have never seen such a fast sword before. Zhong Susue chuckled and cupped his fists. Little Marquis is too kind. It's not that my sword is fast, but that little Marquis has scruples. I don't have any scruples. Zhong Susue is only a level 62 heavenly venerate and isn't stronger than little Marquis. Tell me, little Marquis must have someone you want to eliminate by asking me to come here, right? Yes. Zhenfang nodded and said, I need you to help me enter the sacred hall to kill someone. What? Killing people in the War Saint Hall? Zhong Sui shuddered slightly. What, you don't dare? Zhenfang sneered. No. Zhong Sui said faintly, then I'll have to pay more. The risk of killing someone in the sacred temple is too great. After all, Reiham, that old man in the sanctuary realm, is still in the sacred temple. It's fine if I kill him easily, but if I get entangled, I'm afraid I'll lose my life in the sacred temple. Tell me, who do you want me to kill? Lin Ji, Zhenfang said lightly. Oh. Are you the rumored new Gold Star sparring master in the sanctum? Humph, that's not all. This person is the fugitive Lin Muyu of Kathaya City. So it's the Lin Muyu who killed 4 of the 7 martial saints. Zhong Sui couldn't help laughing and raised 3 fingers. Little Marquis, as long as you give me this number, I promise you will see Lin Muyu's head tomorrow morning. 30,000 Jin coins? Zhenfang asked. Ha ha ha. Zhong Sui's laughter reached the sky. Little Marquis sure knows how to joke. I'm talking about 300,000 Jin coins, not a mere 30,000. What? Zhenfang was shocked. A mere Lin Muyu, his head is worth that much? Zhong Sui sneered. Sangnan Province's governor Hu Tianing offered a bounty of 100,000 Jin coins but still failed to capture this person. Moreover, more than half of the 7 martial saints died. Now that Lin Muyu has entered the sacred temple, his cultivation has increased even more, and he has the old man Raim's protection. Killing him is equivalent to putting your own head on the line. I only want 300,000 Jin coins, I'm just worried that little Marquis won't be able to take out more. Zhenfang's eyes were cold. It's a deal. Chapter 67. In the secret room, the young man's body was surrounded by flames. Lin Muyu's forging dragon bone remnant scroll had been cultivated to the 3rd realm, rebirth. This also meant that after the bone tempering, his bone marrow was slowly regenerating, and the regeneration of his bone marrow would reshape his bloodline. In fact, his bloodline had already begun to silently transform, and even he himself could feel it. Now, when he cultivated, the speed at which his qi circulated in his bloodline could be said to be a world of difference compared to the past. His instantaneous explosive power had also been greatly enhanced. After the reshaping of his bloodline, whether it was speed or strength, they were completely new. Slowly opening his eyes, he stretched his arms and then walked to the stone door. He wolfed down the dinner that the servant had brought and continued to cultivate. Kang! The burning prairie sword was unsheathed. Under the infusion of qi, the sword's blade slowly emitted a fiery light. This long sword from Yuyang was indeed a treasure. The wind-riding sword technique flowed like water. With his talent and comprehension, he had already mastered the technique. In fact, Lin Muyu's current swordsmanship was considered to be above average. Unless he encountered a top-notch expert with extraordinary swordsmanship, he would still be able to withstand 1 or 2 blows from her. Pa pa pa, lightning surged on the blade of the sword. With a low shout, he instantly unleashed a lightning strike. The blade of the sword and the lightning split the air into 2. The speed was so fast that it even created a temporary vacuum in the path of the slash. The feeling of the air being compressed was very strong. Oh Yangqiu's ferocious smile appeared in his mind, and his sword art gradually became a little messy. He thought of Oh Yangqiu's secret art, myriad sword art. It was an ability to use qi to control the sword, and it was considered the best sword art. Unfortunately, he knew nothing about it. He suddenly smiled as he thought of the mysterious owner of the Wansheng weapon shop, the Sword Elder. It was obvious that the Sword Elder was also an extraordinary swordsman. His mastery of using qi to control the sword seemed to be above that of Ouyang Qiu and Zhen Fang. If that was the case, perhaps learning the Sword Elder's imperial sword technique was also a way to become stronger. However, the Sword Elder had an eccentric personality and was obsessed with collecting swords. He might not be willing to teach him the sword technique. The way of the sword was ever-changing, but if one couldn't master controlling the sword with qi, it would always be a pity. After all, when it was necessary in battle, controlling the sword with qi could play an amazing role. Forget it, I'll go back to the Sword Elder and test him. After practicing the wind-riding swordsmanship 5 times in a row, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the stone bed to cultivate his zhenqi. The zhenqi in his body was still not strong enough. Outside the window, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the blink of an eye, it was almost midnight. Rustle, with a soft sound, he opened his eyes and looked towards the stone door. There seemed to be a flash of qi. Could it be that Grandpa Lei Hong had come to spy on his cultivation again? Thinking of Lei Hong, Lin Muyu felt angry and funny at the same time. In fact, Lei Hong was more like a naughty child. He was happy to bet with his peers like Chu Chu and Gu Yang, and he also took special care of Lin Muyu. Although Zhang Xian was almost injured during the day, it was not Lei Hong's fault. Lei Hong was the great deacon of the temple and one of the 6 white-robed royal guards of the Qin Empire. Naturally, he would strictly uphold the laws of the empire. Lin Muyu came from a civilized society, so he would naturally be angry. However, in the eyes of Zhang Wei, Qin Xiling, and Lei Hong, an instructor killing a sparring partner and a noble killing a commoner seemed to be a very normal thing. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian began to understand Grandpa Lei Hong. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The true qi in his body slowly flowed through his veins. Even the naked eye could see the faint image of a fiery red true dragon circling around his body. Unknowingly, his veins were being tempered and reshaped again and again. Of course, Lin Muyu was still unaware of the changes that were happening to him. He completely relaxed his mind and allowed the true qi to circulate within his body. Another huge advantage of the Dragon Forging Bone Remnant Scroll was unlimited cultivation. Every time the true qi circulated within his body, his strength would increase by a little. Repeating this process, as long as he continued to cultivate according to the mental cultivation method, his strength would naturally become stronger and stronger. Just as he was about to enter a state of deep sleep, the voice of the female elf official Lulu suddenly sounded in his ears, "Big brother, be careful." Suddenly, a chill came from above his head. Lin Muyu was startled awake from his cultivation. An endless killing intent came from above. Without thinking, he turned sideways and rolled off the stone bed. Kang! Flames surged behind him. The attacker's sword directly pierced through the stone bed, splitting it into pieces. Lin Muyu quickly summoned his martial spirit. As if facing a great enemy, he released the dragon scale wall, mystic tortoise shell, and all the other martial spirit skills. He opened his palm and pulled out the burning prairie sword. Under the instigation of his true qi, the burning prairie sword emitted a strong fiery light, illuminating everything in front of him. The attacker did not say anything. He raised his sword and launched another attack. Ho! His martial spirit was a fox. However, it was not Tang Xiaoxi's fire fox. Instead, it was a kind of fox with black fur. It was extremely sinister and soundless. This also made Lin Muyu suddenly realize why he was caught off guard and did not sense this person's aura. So it was the advantage of his innate martial spirit. This person's martial spirit could conceal his own aura. 5 consecutive sword flowers bloomed. In an instant, 5 sword thrusts erupted. This person's sword was too fast. However, after Lin Muyu had gone through the bone tempering and marrow cleansing, even his eyesight had improved a lot. He could see clearly. With a shake of the burning prairie sword, keng, he deflected 3 attacks. The remaining 2 were all eaten by the mystic tortoise shell. Pu 2 holes appeared on the mystic tortoise shell. Lin Muyu also felt a pain in her chest. The moment she came into contact with the sword, her martial spirit had already been injured. Bind! With a low roar, countless gourd vines drilled out from the cracks of the stone and attacked the opponent. The attacker clearly had extraordinary skills. He did not retreat. His long sword was filled with the luster of Do-chi. With a loud roar, the sword light wreaked havoc, engulfing the surroundings and chopping all the gourd vines into pieces. Kang! After Lin Muyu attacked, the angle of the lightning strike's attack was actually seen through. It was directly blocked. Ha! The attacker smiled complacently. With a swing of his sword, the steel sword actually produced a suction force. It brought the burning prairie sword downwards while it swept the sword in the air. Lin Muyu hurriedly lowered her head. A chill swept past the top of her head, even cutting off a few strands of her hair. Damn, this person's sword was fast and fierce. She held the burning prairie sword tightly and retreated. She used the falling star steps to dodge, but behind her was a field of coldness. The attacker's fierce sword landed on the mystic tortoise shell. The mystic tortoise shell finally broke. Sword domain. Amidst the attacker's low roar, the ground under Lin Muyu's feet seemed to have become a purgatory abyss. Streaks of sword chi wreaked havoc in the surroundings. It was as if millions of sword chi were waiting for her next move. If she was the slightest bit careless, she would end up being dismembered by tens of thousands of swords. This was probably a higher level of using chi to control the sword, right? In this desperate situation, Lin Muyu stepped on the ground with one foot and leaped up. While in the air, she dodged the sword chi attack and raised her hand to throw a flying dagger. Using a hidden weapon to attack. Despicable. The attacker dodged the demonic noise dagger, but the sword domain was also broken. Sword chi absolute track. He let out a low roar and loosened the hand holding the sword. The long sword flew over quickly, bringing with it streaks of sword chi. The secret room was too small, and Lin Muyu had no way to dodge. He quickly opened his hand, and countless green vines rose up to form a barrier. At the same time, he used the remaining true chi to form the dragon scale wall. Bang, 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 amidst the violent sound, the opponent's sword chi instantly shattered the dragon scale wall's defense. Puchi. The long sword pierced through his shoulder. Lin Muyu took a few steps back, and blood spurted out. He had been at a disadvantage. His burning prairie sword couldn't even touch a hair of his opponent. This was the brilliance of the sword control technique. It killed people from 10 meters away, and it didn't give the opponent any chance. Haha, the attacker laughed proudly and took off his mask, revealing a thin face. He mocked, I was wondering who that Lin Muyu was. Now that I think about it, he's just a so-so. You should die contentedly under my sword. As he spoke, he opened his hand, and an invisible force drove the sword back. Pa! Lin Muyu suddenly opened his hand, and the true chi of the dragon scale wall lingered around his fingers. He forcefully grabbed the edge of Zhong Sui's sword. Under the skin tempering and bone tempering, his bones were surprisingly hard, and he didn't feel much pain. He suddenly pulled back and shouted, Do you still want to take back your weapon? Zhong Sui's eyes turned cold, what a lunatic. He flew forward, grabbed the hilt with one hand, and activated his Do-chi. Suddenly, the long sword began to flip, and the invisible sword chi raged, shredding the skin of Lin Muyu's left hand inch by inch. Instantly, it was a bloody mess. But what Lin Muyu wanted was just this one chance. Voila! A purple flame scuttled on the burning prairie sword, true dragon vital fire. When Lin Muyu attacked with a vigorous aura, Zhong Sui's eyes were filled with disdain. Because in his eyes, Lin Muyu's attack didn't have any technique, and it even looked very clumsy. Even a 10-year-old child could do this. Ha! With a shout, 3 chi armors condensed in front of his chest. Zhong Sui mocked, come on, kid. Roar, the true dragon vital fire lingered around the burning prairie sword. When the sword was less than 10 centimeters away from his chest, Zhong Sui suddenly felt something was wrong. It was a power that he had never experienced before, overbearing and vigorous. Pooh! The blade pierced through the chi armor, and the true dragon vital fire burned through his defense. It quickly pushed into his chest and pierced through Zhong Sui's heart. Killed in one strike. Zhong Sui's entire body was nailed to the stone wall by Lin Muyu's sword. His eyes were filled with endless fear and unwillingness. Before he died, he looked at Lin Muyu and muttered, "You. Who are you?" Lin Muyu said indifferently, "Are you sent by Zhenfang?" "Yes, then you can die." The true dragon vital fire was activated, and it directly burned Zhong Sui's heart into charcoal. Chapter 68. It was a pity that Zhong Shuxi's swordsmanship and Do Qi were above Lin Muyu's, but he had underestimated his opponent and underestimated Lin Muyu's ability to counterattack. In the end, he was killed by true dragon essence fire. Lin Muyu softly leaned against the bed and took out a bottle of healing medicine and poured it on the wound. She didn't call for help and just sat there to recover her energy. She had to quickly heal the wound, or else it would be terrible if there were any internal injuries left. In the morning, the holy temple was in an uproar. A top-notch assassin had infiltrated the holy temple to assassinate a Venus training partner and was instead killed by the training partner. This news quickly spread throughout the holy temple and even more than half of the imperial capital. This was no small matter. What kind of place was the holy temple? It was the symbol of the empire's strongest power. Now, someone actually dared to enter the holy temple to kill someone. This was simply too daring. Pang! Lei Hong's palm landed on the blue embossed table. His face was full of anger as he faced a group of deacons, instructors, and training partners. His voice was abnormally cold as he said, "The holy temple is heavily guarded. Just who let this assassin in?" Zheng Fang stood there expressionlessly. Guiyang said, "Great Deacon, we have found out. This assassin is called Zhong Shuxi and is a notorious bounty hunter in the Lanyan city. As long as he is given enough Jin coins, he is willing to do anything." This Zhong Shuxi even said that as long as someone can pay a sky-high price, he would dare to infiltrate the Zhe Tian temple and take the emperor's head, the radiant king's head, simply too daring. Lei Hong's face was ashen. Zhong Shuxi infiltrated the holy temple to kill someone. This was simply challenging his authority as the lord of the holy temple. Investigate thoroughly. The holy temple's walls are very high and there are guards at night. It is impossible to climb over the walls. Zhong Shuxi must have been brought in by one of our own. Investigate thoroughly who brought someone in yesterday. Yes. Guiyang cupped his fists and said. At this time, Zhang Wei turned to Zheng Fang and said with a smile, "Oh, at dusk yesterday, I saw the young marquis bringing a few servants into the holy temple. I don't know if I saw wrongly." Zheng Fang's face turned cold. "Zhang Wei, what do you mean? Are you suspecting me?" "I wouldn't dare." Zhang Wei cupped his fists. This subordinate was just thinking of this matter and did not mean anything. The little marquis is an open and candid person, a man of honor and righteousness. I, Zhang Wei, have no doubt about the little marquis character. It is absolutely not the little marquis who wants to kill Lin Ji. Zhen Fang's face was extremely ugly, alternating between green and white. Everyone in the Divine Temple knew that Zhen Fang wanted to kill Lin Ji, so he was the biggest suspect. Moreover, a bounty assassin like Zhong San could only be hired by a high official or noble like Zhen Fang. Zhang Wei was born a commoner, so he naturally stood on Lin Ji and Little Beansprout's side. In fact, he was so hot-blooded that he didn't even care about his own safety. In this world, the only thing he wanted was to be happy. Reham said coolly, "No need to argue. I'll investigate this matter personally. Once I find the culprit, I won't let them off lightly." The holy temple is the symbol of the empire's power, and it cannot be blasphemed by vile people. The group of people cupped their fists. Yes, Grand Deacon. Then let's disperse. After everyone dispersed, Reham called out to Lin Muyu, Lin Ji, wait a moment. Grandpa Reham, what's the matter? He stopped and asked. How's your forging dragon bone remnant scroll recently? Are your injuries serious? Reham asked with concern. Lin Muyu's heart warmed, and he smiled awkwardly. I don't know how my cultivation is going, but it should be considered as a small success. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to kill this Zhong San. And, I've checked Zhong San's wound, it was a one-hit kill. You must have used your own body as bait, otherwise this kind of bounty assassin who kills people like flies would not have been defeated so easily. Yes, Grandpa Reham. I was too lazy, I was cultivating last night, so I didn't go to your place. It's alright, I can protect myself. Lin Muyu smiled confidently. That's good, go. Yes. Because of his injuries, Guiyang gave him 3 days of rest, which made Lin Muyu feel like a fish in water. He just wanted to use these 3 days to do something. He went out and went straight to the direction of Wanxing weapon shop. Next, it was time to ask the sword elder to teach him the imperial sword technique. But he didn't go far, suddenly a horse galloped from afar. The horse was a beautiful girl in a green dress, about 18 years old, and she was extremely beautiful. She shouted from afar, "Excuse me, are you Master Lin Ji?" N? Lin Muyu stopped, "Who are you?" The girl turned over and dismounted, her hands lightly clasped on her lower abdomen, and bowed to do a standard imperial lady's bow. She smiled and said, "My name is Jin Xiaotang, I'm Jin Ziju's daughter from the imperial medicine shop. Hee, I'm also the deputy leader of the imperial business. Master, the auction for the Peak of Dreams that you consigned to the medicine shop has been completed, I'm here to find you." "Oh, it's Miss Jean." Lin Muyu beamed. In his eyes, this Jin Xiaotang had turned into a gold-plated beauty. She was here to give him money. Jin Xiaotang was very polite. She smiled and bowed, saying, "Master Lin, the 5 bottles of Dream of Extreme Peak that you sold were sold for 4,500, 5,200, 5,400, 5,500, and 5,700 gold coins. After deducting 20% of the transaction fees, you will receive 21,040 gold coins. Dad said that since this is the first time we are working together, he will give you a round figure of 22,000 gold coins. Here are 22 diamond coins, please count them, Master." She raised a golden pouch, which was filled with 22 diamond coins. Lin Muyu's heart leaped with joy as she felt like a nouveau riche. This feeling was amazing. After accepting the bag, Lin Muyu said happily, "Thank you, Miss Jean." Jin Xiaotang shook her head with a smile and took out a bright, transparent card from her bosom. She said, "Since the transaction has exceeded 20,000 Jin dollars, according to the rules of the trading house, this diamond card is a gift to you. Customers with a diamond card can enjoy a 30% discount on purchases in the Imperial Trading House and a 10% commission on sales. In addition, the diamond card has a balance of 10,000 Jin dollars and an overdraft limit of 50,000 Jin dollars. This card is specially infused with the power of a spirit beast to control the amount, so it can be used in any large trading house. Please accept it, Master." Lin Muyu accepted the card, but her heart was as clear as a mirror. She smiled and said, "I'm afraid a mere transaction of 20,000 gold coins is not enough to get this card, right?" Jin Xiaotang burst into laughter, and said with a smile, "Master is indeed smart. Actually, only a transaction of 500,000 gold coins can get a diamond card, but Master is a little special." "Why am I special?" "Because you are the only person who can refine Dream of the Extreme. You are the only one in the world of alchemy." As she spoke, Jin Xiaotang bowed again, and said with a smile, "Master Lin Ji, if you can refine Dream of the Extreme, please put it up for auction in our trading house first. Xiaotang guarantees that you will not suffer a loss." I see. Lin Muyu smiled slightly, and said, all right, I will. Thank you, Miss Xiaotang. You're welcome. I'll be leaving then. Goodbye. Jean Xiaotang spurred her horse and left. Lin Muyu held the heavy 22 diamond coins in her hand, and all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. The feeling of being rich. But on second thought, he thought of the pitiful little beansprout. As a copper star sparring master, was his life only worth 500 gold coins? Wouldn't the 22 diamond coins in her hand be enough to buy the lives of 44 little beansprout? Slightly sad, she took the money and went straight to the Wansheng weapon shop. When he arrived at the weapon shop, the shop assistant actually recognized him, and said with a face full of smiles, young hero, you are here. Our shopkeeper was right, young hero will definitely come again. Oh. How did Senior Sword Elder know that I would come again? First, young hero is a person who loves swords. Second, young hero is a person who uses swords. Young hero, please follow me, the shopkeeper is in the backyard. And, thank you. When she saw the sword elder again, the old man was still hale and hearty. He stood alone in the backyard with his hands open, and a formless energy surged around him. It was this energy that gave him the ability to control swords. Senior. Lin Muyu bowed. As a member of the Holy Temple, it seemed that other forms of etiquette were not appropriate. The sword elder slowly turned around, and with a radiant face, he said with a smile, young hero, we meet again. Last time you came to broaden your horizons, I wonder what you are here for this time. I want to learn from Senior the art of controlling swords with chi, Lin Muyu said respectfully. Learn swordsmanship? The sword elder could not help but smile, and said, this old man has not taught for many years, young hero, please go back. Lin Muyu was unmoved, and said, there must be a reason for not teaching, this junior would like to hear the details. The sword elder felt a sense of novelty, and said with a smile, all right then. As he said this, the sword elder put his hands behind his back, and sword energy surged around his body. His green robe slightly swayed, and he smiled, this old man is not willing to accept disciples for 3 reasons. First, I do not accept ordinary people as my disciples. Second, I do not accept people who are competitive, and third, I do not accept people who are not proficient in swordsmanship. Young hero, as long as you can break my 3 restrictions, I can consider accepting you as my disciple. Lin Muyu was slightly stunned, this was really a strange old man, and the threshold for accepting disciples was quite high. After thinking for a while, he said, first, this junior does not think that I am an ordinary person. What do you mean? The so-called natural talent must be useful, even if one is mediocre in life, they should be able to accomplish something. Not to mention, with my talent, I will inevitably have a magnificent achievement. If I were an ordinary person, I would not have come to ask the sword elder to teach me. Well said. What a good natural talent must be useful. The sword elder nodded in appreciation, and said, you have passed the first point, and the second point, how do you prove that you are not a competitive person? Lin Muyu took a deep breath, the reason I want to become strong is because I do not want to see the many injustices in this world. I want to become strong because I want to change this world. Change this world? The sword elder could not help but laugh, do you have the ability? Boy. I can try, and exhaust my strength. Lin Muyu clenched her fist, her eyes were firm and clear. Good. The sword elder laughed, this second point is considered as you have passed, but the third point, are you a person who is proficient in swordsmanship? This, Lin Muyu was a little embarrassed, this junior has only learned some superficial swordsmanship. Show me. Yes. Chapter 69. A set of imperial wind sword technique flowed down smoothly. When Lin Muyu sheathed her sword, the sword elder could be seen clapping his hands as he laughed, ah, this third-rate sword technique seems to be useless. Lin Muyu was very embarrassed, Senior, I got this sword technique from a merchant. Got it? No wonder it's so crude. The sword elder's evaluation was merciless. Young hero, don't you have any other sword techniques? There's one more. Lin Muyu shouted. Her Jinqi surged up her arm and turned into a lightning bolt that flowed into the blade of her sword. She struck with the force of a thunderbolt. Ka! The lightning bolt cut through the air, leaving a beautiful trail in the air. It was the lightning strike. This time, the sword elder was a little surprised. He opened his eyes and laughed. This is a little interesting, but it's only one move. It's not a sword technique, and it's only a second-rate sword technique. Lin Muyu was a little unhappy. Senior, this is the sword technique that Senior Fire Cauldron Chu Chu taught me. Oh, Fire Cauldron Chu Chu's sword technique? The sword elder laughed and tears almost came out. This old man actually knows sword techniques? I only knew that Fire Cauldron Chu Chu's fist and palm techniques were the best in the world, but this old man actually knows sword techniques. Ha ha ha, no wonder he's so second-rate. Senior knows Grandpa Chu Chu. I don't know him. The sword elder stopped smiling and said, Young hero, you meet the first and second conditions, but I'm sorry, you don't meet the third condition. You don't even know the swordsmanship, so you should go back and practice. When you have some achievements in the future, you can come back to this old man to compare skills. How about it? Lin Muyu was a little unhappy. If I had already mastered sword techniques, then I wouldn't need to come here and be rejected by Senior. The sword elder couldn't help but laugh. Young hero is a very honest person. How about this? Young hero's foundation is not bad, but if you want to learn this old man's imperial sword technique, there is a condition. Ah, what condition? Bring me a godly weapon that I like. Lin Muyu was dazed. Does my Burning Prairie sword count? The Burning Prairie sword can only be regarded as a third-grade spirit-grade weapon. It can't be said to be a divine weapon. Young hero, you must bring at least a mysterious grade weapon that has been refined. What do you think? Taking a deep breath, Lin Muyu nodded and said, Then, if I melt the Burning Prairie sword again, it will probably count, right? Reforging the Burning Prairie sword? The sword elder could not help but be dumbfounded. Could it be that you are also a blacksmith? I guess so. Ha, that's even better. If you really have the ability to reforge a mysterious grade weapon, I'll willingly teach you the sword control technique. How about it? This sword elder was indeed a person who was obsessed with swords. Lin Muyu said happily, Then wait for my good news, Senior. After returning to the temple, his secret room was rearranged. The stone bed was changed, and he could move in again. Although someone had died in this secret room, Lin Muyu did not care anymore. In this chaotic world, what was the death of a person? Hua! He took out the crafting cauldron. The huge cauldron occupied a few meters of space in front of him, and it let out a buzzing sound of energy. The cauldron was an energy body, not a real crafting furnace, but Lin Muyu believed that no crafting furnace in this world was as precious as the crafting cauldron. Holding the Burning Prairie sword in his hand, he spun the Burning Prairie sword in the crafting cauldron. Lin Muyu slowly closed his eyes, feeling the aura and beast soul of the Burning Prairie sword. The so-called crafting was a process of refining, but first, he must be able to feel the structure and organization of the crafting object. This process lasted for about 10 minutes, and the Burning Prairie sword had already begun to be peeled off and analyzed in front of his eyes. There were still some impurities in the body of the sword, especially at the edge of the blade, which greatly affected the sharpness of the blade. No wonder it was only a spirit-grade weapon. There were a few factors that affected the grade of a weapon. The first was the raw material. Ordinary iron was destined to be unable to compare with fine iron, dark steel, and the like. It was even more incomparable to some precious godly metals. The second factor was the purity. The more impurities there were, the harder and more tensile the weapon would be. The third factor was the refined spirit. The stronger the refined beast spirit in the weapon, the stronger the weapon would be. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the female elf officer, Lulu, flew out of Lin Muyu's body. She was a supporting elf, and in this world, she was actually more like a guiding light for Lin Muyu. Without Lulu's help, he might not even know how to release the crafting cauldron. Big brother. Lulu flapped her wings and said with a smile, the basic material of this burning prairie sword is dark iron, which is a very good material. However, there are a lot of impurities, and the beast's soul is not strong enough. Big brother can refine the excess impurities, but I can only upgrade the burning prairie sword to a spirit grade weapon at most. If you want to upgrade it to the mysterious grade, you will need to change to a more powerful beast's soul. Lin Muyu nodded, then what do I need? You will need about 2 to 3 kilograms of dark iron, and a spirit stone from a spirit beast. It must be at least a fire-type spirit stone that is more than 5,000 years old, or it will not be able to upgrade to the mysterious grade. Is that so? I got it. He was not in a hurry to refine it. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. He needed to prepare enough materials first. As for crafting, this was his old profession, so it was definitely not a problem. He went out and went straight to the Imperial Chamber of Commerce. These things had to be bought from the auction house. At this time, it was too late to go out of the city to look for spirit beasts in the dragon forest. Moreover, he most likely could not defeat spirit beasts that were more than 5,000 years old. Instead of wasting time, he might as well use the 22 diamond coins in his pocket to do something else. In the Imperial Chamber of Commerce, when Lin Muyu took out the diamond card, the shopkeeper immediately welcomed him with a smile, a distinguished guest is here. How may I help you? I want to see Miss Jean Xiaotang. Oh, I will go and call Miss Jean right away. Please wait for a moment. Okay, thank you. A few minutes later, Jean Xiaotang, who was dressed in green, walked out of the back hall gracefully and said with a smile, Lin Ji, I did not expect that we would meet again so soon. Welcome to our Chamber of Commerce, how may I help you? I want to buy some materials. Oh, what do you need? Let's talk as we walk. Okay. The two walked side by side on the small path of the Chamber of Commerce. People were coming and going all around them. Lin Muyu said, I want 3 kilograms of dark steel. Oh. Jean Xiaotang blinked her eyes and said with a smile, it seems that Great Master wants to forge weapons. Yes. Then Xiaotang will choose some highly purified dark steel for Great Master. No need, I can purify it myself. Lin Muyu calculated carefully. The higher purity dark steel in the Chamber of Commerce would definitely be expensive. After all, this was a place where people would eat people without spitting out their bones. Jean Xiaotang was a little surprised. All right then, if Great Master does not mind the process of refining dark steel too complicated, what else do you need? Spirit stones. Oh, what kind of spirit stones do you need? Jean Xiaotang turned around with her hands behind her back and said with an exuberant smile, our Imperial Chamber of Commerce may not have much else, but we have all kinds of spirit stones. Lin Muyu thought for a moment and said, I need a spirit stone from a fire-type spirit beast that is more than 5,000 years old. Do you have it? More than 5,000 years old? Jean Xiaotang was startled. To be honest, spirit stones that are more than 3,000 years old are already very rare. As for 5,000 years old, let's go take a look, maybe we can find it. The two followed this path to the end and arrived at the spirit stone shop. Spirit stones were the crystallization of the spirit of wild beasts, also known as beast cores or beast cores. The chances of obtaining beast cores after killing spirit beasts were not very high, so spirit stones that were thousands of years old were very rare. Eldest Miss. A shopkeeper said respectfully. Jean Xiaotang nodded and asked, Shopkeeper Zhou, do you have fire-type spirit stones that are more than 5,000 years old? 5,000 years old? The shopkeeper was also startled, then looked at Lin Muyu beside Jean Xiaotang and said with a smile, yes, we do, but it is not very cheap. We have a 9,000-year-old fire dragon spirit stone that has been the treasure of our shop for half a year. I wonder if young hero is willing to buy it, 9,000 years old. Lin Muyu was startled and said with a smile, it must be very expensive, right? It's all right. How much? 19,000 Jin coins will do. Good lord. Lin Muyu was stunned. She only had 22,000 Jin coins in total. This was the same as before the revolution. Jin Xiaotang seemed to read Lin Muyu's mind and said with a smile, Lin Ji, have you forgotten that you are a diamond VIP of the Chamber of Commerce and can enjoy a 30% discount? That will be more than 13,000 Jin coins. I will help you round off the odd numbers and make it 13,000 Jin coins. How about it? Do you want? Lin Muyu thought about it and nodded. All right, 13,000 it is. He took out 13 diamond coins and felt his heart ache. He could not buy the forbidden medicine 7-colored lotus in the near future. Even if he was a member of the Holy Temple, he was actually overtaxed. If he bought it too often, it would not be good for him to be invited to the Minister of War's residence for tea. Therefore, he did not know when he would be able to refine the Peak of Dreams again. Soon, the shopkeeper handed over a plump fire flood dragon spirit stone to him. As he held it in his hand, it was boiling hot. After that, he bought 5 kilograms of dark iron. Although dark iron was rare, it was not that rare. Therefore, he only sold it for 10 Jin coins per kilogram. After some thought, he bought another 50 kilograms in one go and brought it back as a test subject. Because he had not forged weapons in this world, he needed some experience. He did not want to damage the burning prairie sword on his first try. He bought a few more spirit stones. They were all the hundreds of years old ones. They were cheap and practical. His longing for the art of weapon forging was like a young girl's yearning for love. By the time he returned to the Holy Temple, it was already dark. He hastily ate something and hid in a secret room to start forging weapons in secret. Chapter 70. Grandpa Lei Hong, don't peek. A rustling sound came from outside the stone door. Lin Muyu didn't need to look to know that Lei Hong was guarding her. Lei Hong laughed without blushing, you bought so much dark steel. Are you going to forge a weapon? It's a pity that you don't even have a furnace. Do you want me to get someone to bring one back for you? No need, just don't peek, alright, then focus on your cultivation. The footsteps faded away. Lei Hong had gone far away. Lin Muyu put down the dark steel and took out the artifact forging cauldron with one hand. The cauldron was surrounded by golden oracle bone inscriptions. This cauldron itself had been cultivated to the highest level. In this world, it was simply a treasure. She weighed the dark steel. The Empire's weapons were generally very heavy. Swords usually weighed between 10 to 20 kilograms. In the words of Zhang Wei and the others, weapons are not heavy, so it doesn't hurt to cut people. Presumably, with Zhang Wei's character, if he were to go to the modern world, he would probably carry a watermelon knife and cut people everywhere. She chose a piece of dark steel that weighed about 20 kilograms. With a casual toss, the dark steel floated in the artifact forging cauldron. After removing the impurities, there should be 15 kilograms left. A sword should be about 15 kilograms. After all, it wasn't some spear or saber with a long handle. Any one of them could be frighteningly heavy over 100 kilograms. She spat out her innate chi, and the flames in the artifact forging cauldron began to quickly melt the dark steel. The temperature was extremely high, and the speed of smelting was also very fast. In less than 5 minutes, the dark steel had been melted into a pile of fiery red liquid. The liquid flowed slowly in the artifact forging cauldron, controlled by an invisible force. Of course, the source of this force was Lin Muyu. Innate chi surged, and specks of starlight floated up from the liquid. Those were the parts that were produced by the intense burning of the impurities in the liquid. After smelting for about 10 minutes, the dark steel's purity had reached at least 99.5%. This was already very difficult. Lin Muyu had carefully looked at the excellent weapons in the weapon shop. In fact, the dark steel's purity was less than 90%. Now that the smelting process was complete, it was time for the spirit stones. Lin Muyu took out a spirit stone. It was a 700-year-old bluestone beast spirit stone. With a wave of her hand, the spirit stone fell into the core of the cauldron and was immediately engulfed by the raging flames. The process of refining spirit stones was very simple. The stronger one's strength, the faster the refining speed. Lin Muyu's strength was already very strong. It was at least far above that of a 700-year-old spirit beast. But at the moment when the spirit stone was completely melted, there was a sudden roar, and a green beast rushed out from the cauldron. It raised its sharp claws and pounced on Lin Muyu. Ha! He was stunned and hurriedly summoned his martial spirit. The moment the black tortoise shell appeared, the fierce beast's sharp claws surged on the black tortoise shell. His chest was slightly hot, but he wasn't injured. Lin Muyu let out a low shout, and true energy came out of her body, directly blasting the fierce beast's spirit into the crafting treasure cauldron. Roar roar! Although the bluestone beast was roaring, its voice was getting smaller and smaller, and in the blink of an eye, it was annihilated in a pile of molten iron. The beast's spirit was officially refined. Lin Muyu's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his heart was filled with lingering fear. He didn't think that the refining process would be so dangerous. The beast's spirit inside the spirit stone would actually counterattack the refiner. It was truly terrifying. At this time, he couldn't help but worry about the next step of weapon forging. If that 9,000-year-old fire flood dragon beast spirit counterattacked, how would he be able to withstand it? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. No wonder it was so difficult for the divine blacksmiths in this world to forge high-grade weapons. It turned out that there were so many requirements. Not only was there a requirement for blacksmiths, there was also a requirement for strength. It could be imagined that many divine blacksmiths had lost their lives to the beast spirit counterattack. "Big brother, what kind of sword do you need?" Lulu asked with a smile. She was now Lin Muyu's weapon forging assistant. The artifact refining cauldron quickly transformed into hundreds of sword shapes. These were all custom-made plans by Lulu. Lin Muyu casually glanced at them and chose a standard shape. Then, the artifact refining cauldron's power surged, and an invisible force condensed into the shape of a sword. The molten iron along with the beast spirit slowly flowed into this invisible sword shape. Lin Muyu slowly released his true qi, and the artifact refining cauldron instantly cooled down. Puchi! The standard shape of the long sword fell into the pool at the side, stirring up streams of steam. After nearly half a minute, Lin Muyu reached out and took the long sword out. Holding it in her hand, she only felt that the sword light was cold. She smiled and said, "I still don't know how to distinguish the grade of a weapon." "Lulu, do you know how?" The little elf puffed out her small chest and said with confidence, "Big brother, this is a 7th grade spirit grade weapon. Your first work is of the spirit grade." "Not bad." That's good." Lin Muyu smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that as long as she cultivated hard, it wasn't impossible to become a generation of divine blacksmiths in this world. Even if she couldn't complete a divine weapon like Star, at least a mysterious grade weapon would be at her fingertips. She continued to forge 4 more swords. Among them, 3 were 7th grade spirit grade, and 1 was 6th grade spirit grade. After all, the materials weren't good enough, but it was still not bad. These black iron were all legendary 100-year black iron. They couldn't be considered precious and could only be forged at this level. Finally, it was time to reforge the Burning Prairie sword. She carefully placed the Burning Prairie sword into the crafting cauldron. However, the Burning Prairie sword was already a treasured sword, and it took a lot of effort to reforge it. After half an hour, the sword was finally melted. When the entire sword turned into a pile of molten iron, a low roar sounded, and as expected, the beast's soul in the Burning Prairie sword appeared. Lin Muyu was prepared and smashed it with a heavy demonic sound fist. This way, the burning prairie sword became a weapon without a soul. But it didn't matter, the fire dragon spirit stone was already prepared. Closing her eyes, she carefully exhaled into the crafting cauldron to refine the impurities in the iron. Bits of fiery red starlight rose slowly and floated around the whole crafting cauldron before falling to the ground. After adding in new black iron, Lin Muyu started to refine the cauldron. About an hour later, the fiery red molten iron condensed into a stream and flowed like a red ribbon in the cauldron. All the impurities had been removed and the purity was definitely above 99.8%. This was the best that Lin Muyu could achieve with her current cultivation. She took a deep breath and took out the fire dragon spirit stone. The real dangerous adventure had just begun. The fiery flood dragon spirit stone was abnormally stubborn. Just the refinement itself took nearly 2 hours. Just as the surface of the spirit stone was peeled off and melted, Lin Muyu, who was standing in the cauldron, quickly summoned her martial spirit. Dragon scale wall and mystic tortoise shell were also activated. Roar! As expected, it still came. A fire dragon beast spirit pounced out from the spirit stone and opened its bloody mouth, directly smashing into the mystic tortoise shell and the dragon scale wall. Lin Muyu let out a low roar and waved her fists wildly. She even took out a freshly forged weapon and slashed at the beast spirit's strength. For a moment, strong winds blew in the crafting cauldron, and the roars of the beast spirit were endless. After nearly half a minute of battle, the fire dragon beast spirit was slowly refined. Lin Muyu stood in the crafting cauldron, gasping for breath. There was a burning wound on her chest. The fire dragon beast spirit was truly not for show. Even inside the crafting cauldron, it was still able to launch such a fierce counterattack. It was too terrifying. However, Lin Muyu was still very glad that she had survived. In this case, the grade of this sword would definitely not be too low. The fire dragon beast spirit sank into the molten iron, and there was a faint hissing sound. Lin Muyu circulated her true qi and continued to refine the sword. Furthermore, she chose a dignified long sword from the sword model that Lulu had given her as the mold. The molten iron slowly flowed into the mold. The entire process of remolding the sword only took a few minutes. When the crafting cauldron dissipated, a fiery red long sword floated in the air. Lin Muyu pushed with her palm, and a strong gust of wind sent the long sword into the pool. Pooh! Intense steam rose up, evaporating more than half of the water in the pool. When she carefully fished the burning prairie sword out from the bottom of the pool, she had actually forgotten to carve a name for it. With no other choice, she raised her finger and spat out the true dragon yuan fire. Just like that, she used her finger to write the 2 words, burning prairie, on the blade of the sword. The characters were vigorous and forceful, and it was written in the style of Wang Shi. Lin Muyu had been learning calligraphy from her father since she was young, and her calligraphy skills were absolutely outstanding among her peers. Now, she could finally put it to good use. Big brother, congratulations, this is a 5th-tier profound grade sword. Lulu clapped her hands and said with a smile. Lin Muyu was also very gratified. The new burning prairie sword was a little heavier than the original, and the scabbard was also not suitable for use. Hugging the burning prairie sword, he leaned against the headboard and closed his eyes to fall asleep. The fatigue of weapon forging cultivation far exceeded that of refining medicine. After continuously forging a few long swords, he already felt as if the true qi in his body had been sucked dry. When he woke up, it was already the morning of the next day. Dong dong, there was a knock on the door. Lin Ji, wake up. It was Deacon Guyang's voice. Lin Muyu turned over and got up. After a night's sleep, her strength was full again. She hurriedly went to open the door and said with a smile, Grandpa Guyang, isn't it my vacation now? What's the matter? Guyang squinted his eyes and said with a smile, yes, the great deacon is looking for you. Take your work from last night and go to the Saint Hall. Okay, Although he did not know what it was, Lei Hong would not harm him. After washing up a little, he carried the 6 swords and followed Guiyang to the Saint Hall. Early in the morning, the instructors and sparring masters had already finished eating and started cultivating. The Saint Hall was very quiet. "Ah you," Lei Hong said in a heartfelt manner. But in Lin Muyu's eyes, his expression was no different from that of a request. She smiled and said, "Grandpa Lei Hong, if you have something to say, just say it." "Okay," Lei Hong smiled embarrassedly. "Actually, grandfather has been guarding your cultivation last night and saw that you forged some very good weapons, so." Cough cough. Next, Deacon Guiyang, you tell him. Guiyang had a helpless look on his face. What the great deacon means is. Although the Saint Hall has received financial support from the Empire, the weapons in our arsenal are actually third-rate goods. You have seen for yourself, the weapons of the instructors are often broken and damaged. In fact, they are all ordinary, superior weapons. There are no spirit-grade weapons at all. So after seeing that you can forge spirit-grade weapons, the great deacon is very pleased." Lin Muyu already saw through it and said with a smile, "So the 2 grandpas want to use the name of the Saint Hall to buy the swords I forged, right?" "Yes." Guiyang rubbed his hands and looked like a profiteer. "But we are a family, you have to give us an insider price, Lin Muyu." Chapter 71. All right then, I owe the Holy Temple a debt of gratitude. I must repay them. Lin Muyu put down the weapons in her arms and said, "These are all spirit-grade weapons. How much should they be worth on the market?" Guiyang's gaze swept across the distance and said, "Instructor Lu, you used to be a supervisor in the Imperial Weapons Department. Why don't you appraise the grade of these weapons?" Instructor Lu was a bearded man. He stepped forward and picked up a sword. With a clang sound, he unsheathed the sword and flicked his finger on the blade. His eyes shone brightly as he said with a smile, "Good sword. This is a 7th-stage spirit-grade dark iron sword. Its market price is about 7001200 Jin coins. It's a treasure that many noble childs are eager to get." Lin Muyu turned to Lei Hong and smiled, "Then sell them to the Holy Temple at half price. These swords will be sold for 500 Jin dollars each. Grandpa Lei Hong, what do you think?" Lei Hong nodded happily. "Yes, Deacon Guiyang, allocate 2,500 Jin dollars from the Holy Temple to Lin Ji. Remember to place these swords on the top floor of the weapons pavilion. Only Silver Star and Gold Star instructors can use these weapons." Guiyang cupped his fists. "Yes, great deacon." Lin Muyu left the Holy Temple after receiving the money. She bought a new scabbard and went straight to the Wansheng weapon shop. Her heart was filled with joy. She had fulfilled her promise with the Sword Elder and reforged the Burning Prairie sword into a 5th-grade mysterious grade demigod weapon. Now the Sword Elder should be teaching her superior sword techniques as promised, right? Early in the morning, the Wansheng weapon shop had just opened for business. When Lin Muyu stepped into the shop, she saw the Sword Elder standing on top of a branch in the distance. He was wearing a white robe and had the demeanor of an immortal. His feet were stepping on the tender leaves of a branch, and a long sword was slowly flying around his body. He was absorbing the spiritual energy in the morning light, and his breathing had the demeanor of a grandmaster. Only the heavens knew who this Sword Elder was, but at least Lin Muyu was almost certain that this Sword Elder's cultivation was definitely not below Lei Hong or Chu Chu's. Perhaps in the entire empire, he was also one of the strongest. It was just that he lived in seclusion and no one cared about him. Lin Muyu did not rush forward to interrupt. Instead, she held the Burning Prairie sword and silently stood on the stone path, watching the Sword Elder cultivate. After more than an hour, the sun was already high up in the sky. The spiritual energy in the morning light had also gradually dissipated. The Sword Elder finally slowly opened his eyes and looked at the youngster who was not far away. He smiled and said, "Young hero, have you fulfilled your promise?" "Yes." Lin Muyu leaped forward with the Prairie Fire sword in her hand. She knelt down on one knee and presented the treasured sword, saying, "Shifu, please accept it." Oh. The sword elder could not help but smile. He reached out to hold the burning prairie sword and pulled it out with a keng sound. Suddenly, he felt the flame on the blade surging and the faint sound of a fire flood dragon could be heard. Moreover, the sword's arc was simple and beautiful. It had the charm of a master's work. His finger lightly swung the blade and felt the sharp force. He could not help but smile and said, "5th level mysterious rank. It really is a good sword. Did you use a 9,000-year-old fire flood dragon beast spirit?" Lin Muyu was stunned. "Shifu, you even know this?" The sword elder laughed. "If I could not even know this, how could I be your Shifu?" "Ha, that's true. Get up, I will accept you as my disciple." "Thank you, Shifu." Lin Muyu stood up, her face filled with endless joy. The sword elder looked at this new disciple and muttered, "The way of the sword is vast and boundless. If you want to learn the true imperial sword technique, you must cultivate a sword heart. Without a sword heart, you will not be able to communicate with the sword. Do you understand?" Lin Muyu was confused. "I don't really understand." The sword elder smiled. "It's no wonder. Your previous attainments in swordsmanship were not even superficial. To put it bluntly, the average imperial sword technique in Jianghu uses qi to control the sword. Using qi to control the sword's flight, but our sect's practice is to use the heart to control the sword. To put it simply, it is to communicate with the sword's spirit within the blade, and become one with the sword. Therefore, even if the blade leaves your hand, it will change according to your will. Is there a difference between using qi to control the sword and using the heart to control the sword?" Lin Muyu asked with an awkward smile. The sword elder could not help but laugh. He did not answer, but instead asked, "When facing a battle, is your mind faster or your qi faster?" Lin Muyu instantly understood. "I understand, Shifu. Using the heart to control the sword is the best in the imperial sword technique." The sword elder lightly stroked his white beard. His expression carried a trace of arrogance as he said, "That's right. When you master using the heart to control the sword, you will find that using qi to control the sword is extremely clumsy." "And, thank you Shifu. When do we start?" "Haven't we already started?" "Aha, forgive this disciple for being slow-witted, that's right." The sword elder suddenly interrupted. "What's wrong Shifu?" The sword elder coughed and smiled. "You can follow me to learn the imperial sword technique, but you won't be learning it for free. Before you learn it, you need to buy a mysterious grade sword and 2 spirit grade swords from my Wanshan weapon shop. Is that okay?" Lin Muyu immediately cupped his hands and said, "Of course. And, then let's start." The first step, you must first understand the heart of the sword. The sword was originally just an ordinary iron, but because of the sword's owner, it has a spirit. The sword follows your heart. There is no sword in your hand, but there is a sword in your heart. The sword elder talked about the Heart Sutra of the Sword Tao and let Lin Muyu memorize it first. Then, he taught her a set of true qi. After a series of teachings, he flicked his sleeves and said, "I'm going to meditate in the inner room. You will cultivate in this courtyard. Within 3 days, you must comprehend the heart of the sword. Otherwise, you won't be qualified to continue learning the heart of the sword." Lin Muyu nodded, not really understanding. She turned around and sat on the stone steps in the courtyard. Then, she quietly entered into the comprehension of the Heart Sutra of the Sword Tao. The sword elder turned around and flew into the inner room. He sat there quietly. The housekeeper beside him was already more than 60 years old. He was holding an incense tripod and whispered, "Sword elder, isn't it too difficult for this child to comprehend the heart of the sword in 3 days? You should know that even with your perception, it took you 5 days and 5 nights to comprehend the heart of the sword." The sword elder faintly smiled. "Everything is fate. I am used to living like a wild crane. I don't want to accept disciples. This child has some perception. Whether or not he can learn the heart of the sword depends on his fate. you only need to send him 3 meals. Yes. He sat there for 2 days. During these 2 days, Lin Muyu only ate 3 meals. However, he didn't feel very hungry. The sword elder said, the sword is an ordinary iron. It is because of the sword wielder that it has a spirit. This sentence alone made Lin Muyu ponder for a full 2 days and 2 nights. What did it mean to have a sword in one's heart? The burning prairie sword was spread out on both of his legs. He quietly comprehended the sword intent. The late autumn night was cold. Waves of cold wind brushed past his face. He closed his eyes and didn't say anything. His whole body slowly rose up with blue Jin Qi. It transformed into the shape of a sword and then seeped into his body. This made the housekeeper dumbfounded. Gradually, although Lin Muyu's eyes were closed, he could see the chaotic void in his EC slowly condense into a fiery red long sword. It was the virtual image of the burning prairie sword. What? He was dumbfounded. Why was the burning prairie sword able to enter his EC? Was this what the sword elder meant by having a sword in one's heart? Buzz buzz buzz, the burning prairie sword on his legs let out a low whistling sound. Lin Muyu suddenly stood up. When he once again held the burning prairie sword, he suddenly felt a spiritual connection coming from the sword hilt. Creak, the door to the back of the room opened. The sword elder stepped out with a smile of approval on his face. Lin Muyu, you really didn't let me down. You actually comprehended the heart of the sword in 2 days and 2 nights. Lin Muyu was slightly stunned. I comprehended the heart of the sword. Master, how do you know my real name? I don't even know who you are. How could I dare to accept you as a disciple? The sword elder laughed. The next practice is to communicate with the spirit. Send your consciousness into the sword and communicate with the spirit of the sword. However, you must be careful. This practice process will have some dangers. If you are not careful, your consciousness may be swallowed by the spirit of the sword. After all, the spirit of the sword is a ferocious spirit beast. To truly tame it is not that easy. Yes, I know. The sword elder turned around and went back to his room. Lin Muyu held the burning prairie sword and sat down again. She closed her eyes and slowly extended her consciousness into the burning prairie sword. The inside of the sword was like another chaotic world. It was empty and dark. Lin Muyu's consciousness turned into a physical form. She looked at the surrounding darkness with amazement and slowly flew. Roar! Suddenly, a fiery red evil beast appeared in front of her. It flew and circled in the air. It opened its bloody mouth and attacked fiercely. It was the spirit beast inside the sword, Fire Flood Dragon. Ah! Lin Muyu hurriedly opened her arms and used her arms to force open the jaws of the fiery WYRM. However, the strength of the fiery WYRM was too strong and it continued to bite down fiercely. Puchi! Lin Muyu's right arm was bitten off amidst the intense pain. The fiery WYRM chewed on this delicious meal with all its might and swallowed it whole. It roared continuously and opened its claws for another attack. Puchi! Lin Muyu's consciousness body was broken in the blink of an eye. Her body turned into starlight and slowly dissipated. The fire flood dragon roared again and again. It opened its mouth and bit off his other arm. Beast! Lin Muyu roared. An indescribable anger gushed out from the bottom of her heart. In the next moment, a golden light bloomed in the darkness. A golden true dragon covered in flames emerged from his body. The long dragon's body circled around Lin Muyu. The dragon's head looked at the fire flood dragon. It suddenly opened its mouth and let out a dragon roar. Puchi! It bit the head of the fire flood dragon and began to tear it apart. Paw! The huge dragon's claws crossed and firmly grasped the neck of the fire flood dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and flames expanded. It looked like it was about to swallow the fire flood dragon. Ao! The fire flood dragon unexpectedly let out a cry. It lowered its proud head and whimpered as if it was crying. It was actually begging for mercy. In front of a true dragon, how could a mere fire flood dragon be so rampant? Lin Muyu couldn't help but laugh. Her strength slowly dispersed and the image of the true dragon that lingered around her slowly disappeared. As for the fire flood dragon, it crawled at Lin Muyu's feet, as if it had pledged its loyalty. Humph, that's more like it, he chuckled and slowly withdrew his consciousness. He opened his eyes and looked down. He could feel a burst of joy coming from the burning prairie sword. Sure enough, the sword heart could communicate with the sword soul. So it really was this amazing. Chapter 72. Master, I did it. Lin Muyu jumped up in ecstasy. The sword elder walked out of the room and laughed. Good, your talent is indeed rare. Master, what should I learn next? Are you going to teach me a set of imperial sword technique? Lin Muyu asked, full of hope. Sword technique? The sword elder couldn't help but laugh. He twirled his beard and said, using your heart to control the sword doesn't have any sword technique. As long as you can defeat your opponent, any move is your sword technique. Even I don't have any sword techniques. The only thing I can teach you is a few scattered moves. Master, please tell me. Watch carefully. The sword elder gently raised his palm. Not far from the sword rack, a Qingfeng sword suddenly came out of its sheath. As if it had a mind of its own, it lightly hummed in the air. Following the sword elder's movements, it slowly turned into a stream of air. In the blink of an eye, the stream of air around it formed an invisible blade. With the Qingfeng sword as the core, the Qingfeng sword quickly bombarded the blue stone in front of him. Peng, with a loud sound, the blue stone turned into powder. Lin Muyu was stunned. The blue stone was at least 1 meter thick, but the Qingfeng sword was just an ordinary sword. The power of this imperial sword technique was truly amazing. The sword elder faintly smiled. The imperial sword technique that I practice is divided into 2 methods. One is to gather, just like the attack in front of you, concentrating the power at one point to defeat the opponent. The other is to disperse, spreading the power out to form an entire attack, making it impossible for the opponent to hide. Although the imperial sword technique is ever-changing, the same principle is to gather and disperse. As he said this, the sword elder gently raised his arm. The Qingfeng sword turned into a shadow and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into countless blades that fell from the sky. Only one of them was a real sword. The rest were invisible blades formed by the sword elder's do qi. However, they were still extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, the bluestone tiles in the courtyard were filled with holes. Lin Muyu was dumbstruck and said, how am I supposed to study? The sword elder laughed. First, learn to gather. Don't use your hands to hold the sword. Use your sword to break a stone slab. That's the first step. Yes, master. The burning prairie sword was placed in the distance. Lin Muyu slowly opened her hand and sensed the sword's soul in the blade. The soul of the fire flood dragon was also quickly shining and echoing. Its emotions were intense, but the burning prairie sword only trembled a little. Surprisingly, there was not much movement. Concentrate. The sword elder said from the side, you must be completely focused in order to reach the highest realm of flying swords. Yes, master. Lin Muyu continued to try and quickly calmed her mind. Her index and middle fingers were pressed together like a sword, and her mind and the fire flood dragon sword's soul resonated with each other. The fire flood dragon sword's soul even seemed to be somewhat happy. Rise! He let out a low grunt, and this time, the burning prairie sword let out a humming sound as the blade slowly floated up. Lin Muyu was extremely excited. She controlled the direction of the burning prairie sword's tip and aimed at a bluestone from afar. She suddenly exerted force and said in a low voice, Go! Shua! The long sword quickly flew over and with a "pa" sound pierced into the stone slab, but did not penetrate it. The sword elder laughed from the side and reminded him, your concentration is not enough. Concentrate your thoughts on the sword and combine them with the sword spirit. Only then will you be able to display the greatest power. Your current degree of integration is not even 10%. Continue practicing. Yes, master. After more than 1,000 attempts, Lin Muyu finally opened his palm at daybreak. Using his heart to control his sword, he smashed the top of the bluestone slab into pieces. Moreover, this huge bluestone slab was already riddled with holes. Lin Muyu had spent the night tormenting it. Not bad. The sword elder once again appeared behind this diligent student. He smiled and said, your imperial sword technique has reached small success, thank you, master. Don't be too proud. It is only small success. You still have a lot to learn. After saying that, the sword elder muttered to himself, speed and strength are the key to the imperial sword technique. However, this is only the basic imperial sword technique. Next, this old man will teach you an even more brilliant gather-attack method. The sword elder flicked his sleeves, and suddenly, a wooden sword that was not far away flew up against the wind. It was aimed directly at another stone slab not far away. The sword elder smiled and said, do you think that this wooden sword can pierce through stone? Lin Muyu could not help but be speechless. Would piercing through stone, isn't that a bit too much? Really? The sword elder laughed and suddenly shook his arm. Suddenly, the wooden sword whistled and rotated with the sword as the axis. Its speed became faster and faster. Suddenly, it flew out. Stone chips flew in all directions and hit the stone. Sure enough, the stone was pierced through. Damn, Lin Muyu's mouth was wide open. She was extremely shocked. The sword elder smiled slightly. This is the spiral. The power of the spiral can increase the penetrating power. In this world, there are many people who know how to use the imperial sword technique. However, the number of people who know how to use the power of the spiral can be counted on one's fingers. Next, you will learn the spiral. Yes, master. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Lin Muyu's cultivation speed made even the sword elder sigh. This kid was indeed a genius at learning the sword. Buzz buzz buzz, a cyclone wrapped around the burning prairie sword. The fire dragon sword spirit happily cried out. The sword body rotated at a high speed and jumped in the air in a spiral trajectory. With a pang sound, it smashed into a green rock and directly disintegrated it. Not bad. The sword elder gently stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction. Next, you will use the wooden sword to complete this attack. Ah! Lin Muyu wanted to die. How much strength did he need to use the wooden sword to complete this task? However, he did not give up. He quickly picked up a wooden sword. This time, there was no longer the sword spirit. He could only rely on his chi to control the wooden sword. This small wooden sword was suspended in the air. Lin Muyu's arms flew up and down. His chi drove the wooden sword to spin faster and faster. Pang! The wooden sword turned into a pile of wood chips. The green rock remained motionless. The sword elder calmly said, "Housekeeper, go and buy another 100 wooden training swords." "No, buy 200. "Yes, sword elder." In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Buzz buzz buzz, the wooden sword rotated at a high speed in front of Lin Muyu's chest. Lin Muyu opened his palms. His chi turned into a lightning that was pulled between his palms and the wooden sword. This was what he had comprehended in the past 2 days. Turning his chi into lightning to control the wooden sword. This was the first time the sword elder was stunned. The sword elder had cultivated for a lifetime. He had seen people using chi to control a sword, but he had never seen someone using lightning to control a sword. However, Lin Muyu was able to do this. Pang! A loud sound rang out. The lightning wrapped around the wooden sword penetrated the green rock and directly smashed it into pieces. Lin Muyu was overjoyed. "Teacher, how is it? Is it done?" The sword elder was a little scared. What kind of terrifying person was he cultivating? He secretly thought that he could not teach him any more profound imperial sword techniques. It's done." The sword elder stroked his white beard and said, "You have already learned the Gathering and Dispersing Heart Sutra. With your current cultivation level, you can be considered to be at the top of the imperial sword technique. I have nothing else to teach you. Go back to the holy temple, you have already stayed here for 7 days." Ah! Lin Muyu was surprised. He remembered that Lei Hong gave him 3 days off, but he had already been outside for 7 days. Holding the burning prairie sword, he retreated a few steps and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed and said, "Thank you, teacher, for your guidance. Lin Muyu will always remember it. Teacher, rest assured, I will go back and forge a weapon as soon as possible." The sword elder laughed, "Good child, quickly get up and go back. The sky is getting dark." While he was at it, he bought some dark steel and spirit stones from the Imperial Capital Chamber of Commerce. When he arrived at the Holy Temple, the guard recognized him and greeted him with a smile. "Master Lin Ji, you're finally back." What's the matter?" "Yes, the day before yesterday and this morning, a female alchemist from the spiritual medicine department came to find you. However, you were not here, so she went back. She told us to tell you to find her when you come back. It must be Chu Yao." Lin Muyu's heart warmed. He smiled and said, "Thank you." What he didn't expect was that Gu Yang and Lei Hong didn't punish him. After all, he was such a good seedling. The 2 deacons also wanted to nurture him. Especially when they saw the charm in Lin Muyu's eyes, they knew that this kid's strength had increased again. He was now close to level 59 Battle Saint and could step into the first heavenly layer at any time. After putting the black iron and spirit stones in his room, he quickly went to the spiritual medicine department. The spirit medicine department was still filled with the strong smell of medicine. Chu Yao was wearing a snow-white female alchemist's uniform, which accentuated her exquisite figure. As soon as she saw Lin Muyu, she rushed forward and grabbed his hand. "Ah, you've been gone for so many days. What were you doing?" "I was learning sword arts from an expert." "Oh. Then your sword arts must have reached a certain level?" Chu Yao tilted her head and asked with a smile. Lin Muyu clenched his fist and smiled confidently. "It's all right," he was quite modest. Chu Yao giggled and pulled him inside. She said, I have a friend that I want to introduce to you." "Oh. Sister Chu Yao made a new friend in the spiritual medicine department? What are you talking about?" Chu Yao smiled coquettishly. She then took a cage from a pile of herbs. Inside it was a white bird. There was an empty bamboo tube tied to the bird's leg. She hugged the bird and said with a smile, "This is a specially trained messenger bird. It is also the main way for the Empire to deliver the letter. This messenger bird is a spiritual bird. It can track the breath of the bloodline. It is said that it can find people from thousands of miles away." "Oh. It is only one-on-one. I have already fed it a bit of my blood and you should also feed it a bit of your blood. This way, even if you are thousands of miles away, I will still be able to find you." "So magical." Lin Muyu was amazed. "Give me your hand." Holding on to Lin Muyu's hand, Chu Yao took out a silver needle and pointed it with a smile. But she immediately frowned. "This. Your skin is getting thicker and thicker. Even a needle cannot pierce it." "Sister Chu Yao, you are scolding me. I did not say that my skin is thicker." Finally, Chu Yao pricked Lin Muyu's finger with the silver needle and squeezed out a drop of blood for the spiritual bird to drink. The little bird immediately spread its wings and flew back and forth between the two of them. It was very intimate. Chu Yao used her finger to rub the bird's wings and said with a smile, "I will call it Xiao Bai. In the future, it will only belong to the two of us. I will be the one to feed it. When I can't find you, I will let Xiaobai find you. Amen, good. Suddenly, another person from the Saint Hall entered the medicine concocting hall. It was Zhang Wei, clad in armor and looking extraordinarily mighty. The guards of the medicine department didn't dare to ask any questions, and so they just casually barged into the department. You're right. Lord Zhang Wei, what is the matter? Lin Muyu asked with a smile. Zhang Wei's lips curled up, of course it is a good thing. Lord Lin Ji, Princess Tang Xiaoxi is in the Holy Temple. She wants you to return. Oh, Xiaoxi is here, Lin Muyu smiled and turned to Chu Yao, the princess must have something to do. Sister, I will go first. I will come back to see you later. Amen. Chapter 73. In the southeast corner of Lanyan City's Zetian Palace, there was a small military camp. Soldiers dressed in dark blue imperial military uniforms were training with long spears in their hands. Horses galloped as a group of cavalrymen passed through the camp, holding blood-red patrolling flags in their hands. Other than the shouts of training, there was no sound in the camp. It was a scene of desolation. Military police camp, the place in charge of military law in the entire imperial capital. On the road paved with green and blue bricks, a patrolling duty officer flew in with a letter in his hand. He knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Commander Darren, a letter from Sangnan Province. 2 rows of military officers stood respectfully on both sides. Behind the main officer's desk, a youth with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes was looking at the map on the paper roll. He was wearing a high-ranking military officer's uniform with 3 golden stars on his collar. That was the military rank of the imperial commander. This person was none other than the commander of the imperial military barracks, Xiang Yu. At a young age, he was able to sit in the commander's position and was in charge of the military law of the entire army. Moreover, his identity was quite deep as he was the descendant of the imperial god of war, Xiang Wentian. It was because of this that almost everyone in the imperial army was somewhat afraid of him. Of course, Xiang Yu's most feared part was his bloodbath spear. Xiang Yu's cultivation was inherited from Xiang Wentian and he could be said to be the most intelligent and brave general in the imperial army. Another letter from Sangnan Province? Xiang Yu asked with a slight smile, could it be that Jojo still wants me to arrest that Lin Muyu? The duty officer shook his head. This subordinate does not know. Xiang Yu took Yu's letter and scanned through it. He could not help but frown and said, Sangnan Province has mobilized tens of thousands of troops and still could not find him. They also suspect that Lin Muyu has already infiltrated the imperial capital. What does everyone think should be done? A high-ranking officer cupped his fists and said, Commander, why don't we conduct a carpet search in the imperial capital? No. Xiang Yu waved his hand. Firstly, this is too much of a large force. Once His Majesty is alarmed, we may not be able to bear the consequences. Secondly, even though our military barracks is in charge of the 3 armies, our military strength is after all limited with only 2,000 people. It is impossible to conduct a carpet search. Not only would it be a large force, it would also be futile. Then, Commander, do you have any brilliant moves? The corners of Xiang Yu's mouth curled up, and he said with a smile, can't say brilliant move. You guys follow me, we're making a trip to the Imperial Army's main camp. Haven't seen Commander Feng Jixing for a long time. Heh. I was just thinking of exchanging pointers with him. It just so happens that Feng Jixing's 30,000 Imperial Guards are in charge of this matter. We must capture Lin Muyu as soon as possible. Otherwise, Uncle will keep nagging us. The Deputy General had a smile on his face. Lord Commander is brilliant. This subordinate admires you. Holy Palace. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the buildings of the Holy Palace, casting the statue of the God of War, Xiang Wentian, on the top of the Holy Palace on the ground. It was extremely long, as though it was about to cover the entire side palace. Lin Muyu passed through the main hall and went straight to the side palace. From afar, she saw Tang Xiaoxi dressed in a fiery red dress. Tang Xiaoxi's martial soul was the fire fox, and her dress was also inclined towards red. As a result, even when she was wearing a snow-white dress, it would be embellished with fiery red-purple flowers as accessories. Moreover, Princess She was not lacking in money. Her dress seemed to change every day, and it was simply the envy of all the noble ladies in the imperial capital. Moo! Tang Xiaoxi saw Lin Muyu at a glance. She ran over gracefully with a happy smile on her face. Why are you only back now? Lord Zhang Wei has been out for so long. Lin Muyu laughed awkwardly. I had some matters to attend to. Moreover, why didn't you tell me that you were coming? Zhang Wei scratched the back of his head and laughed. Princess, I went to the trading company once, and then to the weapon shop, but I couldn't find Lord Lin Ji. In the end, I only found him in the spiritual medicine department. Tang Xiaoxi laughed lightly. Then I'll have to trouble Lord Zhang Wei. You should quickly go and rest. Leave him to me. Zhang Wei looked at Lin Muyu with an ambiguous smile. He lightly bumped his fist on her chest and laughed. Lord Lin Ji has to take good care of Princess Shi. Don't forget our holy palace's etiquette. Lin Muyu glared at him, then watched as Zhang Wei laughed and left. Xiao Shi, why are you looking for me this time? Lin Muyu asked. Tang Xiaoxi grunted and said, have you forgotten? There are only 3 days left before the Upper Shi Festival. The Upper Shi Festival is one of the most important festivals in the empire. Didn't we agree to celebrate the Upper Shi Festival together? Have you really forgotten? Ah, no, I really haven't. Humph. Tang Xiaoxi had a look of, I'd be a fool if I believed you. She said, anyway, you must go. I have already booked the top floor of the Tingyu Pavilion. I have also invited many good friends. Imperial Guard Commander Feng Jixing, Imperial Guard Chu Huaying, and Imperial Guard Commander Qin Lei will all be attending. You must go. All right. Lin Muyu agreed. Tang Xiaoxi pouted. Why do you look so unhappy? I knew it. You are worried that the beautiful pharmacist Chu Yao from the spiritual medicine department doesn't have an invitation, right? Don't worry, I have given Chu Huaying 2 invitations. He will pass one to Chu Yao. You only have Sister Chu Yao in your heart, right? Lin Muyu looked at her like a girl fighting for attention and couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Shi, you are a princess. How can you be calculative with Sister Chu Yao? She is just a pharmacist. Alright, no matter what, you are in the right. Tang Xiaoxi crossed her arms in front of her chest, squeezing her breasts. She pouted and said, Moo, what have you been busy with these days? It seems that your cultivation has improved again. Let me see the results of your cultivation these days. How about it? Lin Muyu was stunned. Do I really want to see? Yes. Alright then. If Xiaoxi wants to see, I will let you see. I have created a few moves that I haven't named yet. Help me think of a name. Yes, I brought some food. I'll watch your demonstration after I eat. Tang Xiaoxi cheered. Okay. Tang Xiaoxi brought some delicacies and a bottle of fresh and elegant wine. After eating a little, Lin Muyu took her to her cultivation room. Tang Xiaoxi's guards followed closely behind. They were all young and strong martial artists between the ages of 20 to 35. They looked at Lin Muyu fiercely, as if saying, if you dare to kidnap the princess, we will fight you to the death. When they arrived outside the courtyard, Tang Xiaoxi turned around and said to the guards, okay, I will go in with Mu. You guys wait outside. One of the guards cupped his fists and said, Princess, this doesn't seem very good. Tang Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows. What's not good about it? Will Mu eat me? The bodyguard had a helpless look on his face. He was afraid that this kid would eat this delicacy of his. However, he did not dare to say it out loud. He only said respectfully, "Yes, we will wait outside. If the princess doesn't come out, we will not leave." Okay. Tang Xiaoxi happily followed Lin Muyu into the courtyard and closed the door behind her. It was a taboo to peek at someone else's cultivation in the empire because it was suspected of stealing someone's skills. Of course, Lei Hong's behavior of peeking at Lin Muyu's cultivation was not counted as such. After all, he was already so old and shameless. The courtyard was very spacious. There were a few rockery and a lotus pond. Alright, let me see your results. Tang Xiaoxi couldn't wait any longer. She leaped over and sat on a section of the railing as she said with a smile. Lin Muyu nodded. The heart of the sword flashed in his mind. He raised one hand slightly. Suddenly, the burning prairie sword on his back came out of its sheath with a clang. It hung in the air and let out a faint sword sound. This was the basic ability of using the heart to control the sword. Tang Xiaoxi was stunned. Her small mouth slightly opened. Sword control technique? What a guy. Lin Muyu laughed. His ability was not limited to the sword control technique. Thinking of this, she suddenly let out a low grunt. True qi surged and turned into lightning that seeped into her palms. The lightning formed countless dazzling chains that connected the burning prairie sword and her palms. Lin Muyu controlled her strength and speed and suddenly launched an attack. Suddenly, the burning prairie sword pierced into the distance with lightning speed. Pang! A stone pillar suddenly split into two. This attack was simple and violent. It was a technique created by Lin Muyu by combining the lightning strike and sword of lightning techniques. Its specialty was its speed and strength. It was able to launch a sudden attack within a second. Most people would not be able to defend themselves in time. Furthermore, he had been practicing this technique in secret. Even the Sword Elder did not know about it. The Sword Elder was worried that this kid would surpass his master. However, he did not know that in some aspects, this kid had already surpassed him. Wow, Tang Xiaoxi opened her small mouth and said, "Moo. Is this the move that Grandpa Choo Choo's lightning strike evolved from?" Yes, it is a fusion of the sword control technique. Xiao Shi, can you name it? He said with a smile. Let's call it Thunder Wave. Tang Xiaoxi chuckled. Yes, good name. It is very appropriate. Is there anything else? Yes. Lin Muyu gently opened one of her palms. A light wind surged in her palm. Between stillness and movement, streams of air lingered around the burning prairie sword. Slowly, it formed a small storm. Lin Muyu muttered to herself. She pushed her palm forward. Pang! With the storm and the burning prairie sword as the core, it directly smashed a boulder into pieces. Heavens! Tang Xiaoxi could no longer sit still. She jumped down from the railing. Her face was filled with shock, such a strong destructive power. Lin Muyu's body was still surrounded by the air. She smiled and said, "After comprehending the heart of the sword, I tried to harmonize with the wind laws in the air. However, I did not expect that the power would be so great. This, I call it the sword control technique. Its power is impressive. However, the disadvantage is that it takes time to accumulate a strong wind force. In a real battle, it is very difficult to make a difference." Tang Xiaoxi smiled and nodded, "Yes, this move should be named Windbreak." Good name. Do you have any other moves? Yes, the finale has not been shown yet. Facing the lotus pond, Lin Muyu focused his mind and silently opened his palm. In an instant, countless invisible blades flew out from his body. With his heart of the sword released, even Tang Xiaoxi could see his true qi swords. Rustle, the water in the pool began to tremble violently. In the next moment, the water in the pool seemed to be attracted to something as it slowly rose up and gathered together. Furthermore, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly and the water arrows actually froze into light blue frost blades. If the Sword Elder's teachings were to be compared to the external release of the Heart Sword, then Lin Muyu's technique was a sublimation of the external release of the Heart Sword. Rise! Raising his arm, thousands of ice swords soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they landed on the ground not far away. It directly turned the place into a mess of potholes. Chapter 74. Using water to control the sword heart technique scatter word formula, Lin Muyu quickly calmed the surging qi and blood caused by the excessive consumption of true energy, and said with a smile, Xiaoxi, what do you think of this move? Is it flashy enough? Tang Xiaoxi was almost petrified. After a while, she blinked her eyes and said, so powerful. These words made Lin Muyu's confidence almost explode. She said with a smile, of course. What should I call this move? Tang Xiaoxi said, I've seen experts of the Imperial Sword technique use the innumerable sword formula. It's similar, but this move of yours uses the law of water. Why don't we call it innumerable sword absolute ice? Good name. Anything else? Tang Xiaoxi asked weakly. There's still one last move, and it's also the move with the most explosive power. Show it to me. All right. Lin Muyu muttered to himself. Immediately, the burning prairie sword flew up with a swoosh and stood vertically in front of him. He opened his palms and wisps of true dragon primary fire condensed between his fingers, slowly transforming into a flaming chain between his palms and the blade of the sword. After activating the rotational force, the burning prairie sword slowly rotated on its axis, while the wisps of true dragon primary fire in his palms spiraled around the blade of the sword like a long dragon. With a dragon's roar, Lin Muyu shouted, Go! Whoosh! The long sword whistled through the air, carrying with it a vast spiral of fire. The heat spewed out, and the pond water to the side sizzled. Lin Muyu's target was a huge rock with a diameter of at least 5 meters, and it was an extremely hard black rock. Pang! Amidst the loud noise, rocks flew everywhere. Lin Muyu opened his hand, and the wall of the gourd came out of his body, protecting him and Tang Xiaoxi. The impact of this blow swept through the entire courtyard, and the guards outside couldn't help but knock on the door. Princess, there's such a big commotion inside, are you all right? I'm fine, don't come in. Tang Xiaoxi said loudly. Yes, princess. Controlling the sword with fire. Lin Muyu calmed herself down and said faintly, flame is the source of power. Together with the piercing effect of the whirlwind, this strike's penetrative power and power are the strongest among all of my moves. Its weakness is the same as Gale Break, the charging time is too long. It's said that the speed at which battle energy is condensed is faster. Maybe when I step into the heaven realm and understand battle energy, I can improve this move. Xiaoxi, what do you think of this move? What's a good name? Tang Xiaoxi became even more restless. Her face was roasted red by the flames as she said, I vaguely heard the roar of a dragon just now. Moo, why is there dragon force in this move of yours? Is it a move cultivated from the true dragon bone I gave you last time? Yeah, Xiaoxi is so smart. So that's how it is. Let's call it Dragon Flame Spiral Break. This style looks really good. Lin Muyu stood proudly in the courtyard. The Sword Elder had taught him the heart of the sword and controlling the sword with heart, so he could be considered as his sword art's first teacher. However, the 4 elemental sword control law that he had comprehended in the past few days had surpassed his teacher. Perhaps it could be said that he already had the demeanor of a transcendent master. Tang Xiaoxi, on the other hand, was sullen. What's wrong, Xiaoxi? He asked with concern. Tang Xiaoxi raised her head and looked at him with a pair of starry eyes. She said, when we were in Kathaya City, you were still so weak and needed my protection. But after we came to Lanyan City, Mu has completely surpassed me. My realm is already far inferior to yours, it's okay, I can protect you in the future. He smiled brightly. Tang Xiaoxi's heart warmed and she nodded happily. However, she couldn't show it too obviously, so she pouted and said, Mu, are you about to step into the heaven realm? My current cultivation is Battle Saint, just one step away, but I still can't break through. Lin Muyu shook her head and said, I probably need another opportunity. I plan to find a day to cultivate in the dragon-seeking forest. If I meet a suitable spirit beast, it can help me break through and step into the heaven realm. Yes, I want to go with you. Also, you must remember our promise. The Shangxi festival will be held 3 days later. This is the invitation, you must come. Okay. After sending off Tang Xiaoxi, Lin Muyu secretly let out a sigh of relief. Xiaoxi was approachable, smart, and cute. She was definitely a very good girl, but his status was too different from hers. Moreover, he was currently a wanted criminal. He had a deep feeling that she was out of his league. He didn't want to be a gigolo. Even if he had any status in this world, he had to rely on his own fists to make a name for himself. He didn't want to think about anything else and obediently went to forge a new sword. This could be considered as his tuition fee for the Sword Elder, right? After all, the Sword Elder was a businessman. He definitely wouldn't lose out on this point. At night, the stars shone brightly. The Imperial Army camp was brightly lit. The cavalry galloped in front of the Central Army tent. The 10 Kiliarchs on duty at night had already led their subordinates to patrol the capital. In the central tent, Feng Jixing was holding an oil lamp and holding a bamboo scroll in his hand. On the bottom of the scroll, there were 4 big words, 7 scrolls of victorious tactics. This was the military strategy passed down from generation to generation by the founding hero of the Great Qin Empire, Xiang Wentian, who was known as the God of War. Every general of the empire would study the 7 scrolls of victorious tactics, but it was unknown how many people could truly comprehend the profound meaning within. Russell, the curtain was lifted and a captaincy cupped his fists and said, Lord Commander, the people from the Military Police Battalion have arrived. Military Police Battalion? Feng Jixing raised his head and looked. The light from the oil lamp flickered slightly, illuminating his handsome face. What are the people from the Military Police Battalion doing at the Forbidden Army? Who led them? It's the commander of the Military Police Battalion, Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu? Feng Jixing frowned and stood up. He brushed his battle robe and said, Follow me to welcome them. Yes. Outside the tent, Xiang Yu walked over with dozens of Military Police Battalion generals. From afar, he cupped his fists and said with a smile, Brother Feng, long time no see. You are still as handsome as ever. Feng Jixing smiled and cupped his fists and said, Subordinate Feng Jixing greets Lord Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu smiled and said, You and I are both commanders of the empire. There is no need to be so formal. Even so, Feng Jixing still gave a military salute. Although the total number of military police battalion was only 2,000 people, they had the most power in the Imperial Army. Even he, the commander of the 30,000 Imperial Army, had to be respectful to Xiang Yu. I wonder what important matter Lord Xiang Yu has come to the Imperial Army camp this time. Feng Jixing asked. Xiang Yu laughed and said, It's a small matter. Let's talk inside the tent. Yes. After entering the Imperial Army tent, Xiang Yu sat down on the commander's seat without a trace of politeness. The high-ranking Imperial Army generals immediately glared at him. Luo Lai had already placed his palm on the hilt of his sword, but Feng Jixing stopped him with a stern look. Xiang Yu naturally had his reasons for being so arrogant. He had the right to be so. Pressing his hand on the table, Xiang Yu looked at the 7 victorious scrolls next to the oil lamp and couldn't help but laugh. General Feng is studying the military books passed down by our ancestors? Yes. Feng Jixing smiled respectfully and said, I can only study 1 or 2 of them. This general is slow-witted and cannot completely understand the essence of the war god. General Feng is too modest. Xiang Yu smiled coldly and said, General Feng should have heard of the murder of Kathaya City's Hua Tian, right? Yes. The murderer, Lin Muyu, is said to have infiltrated Lanyan City. Oh. What do you mean, milord? Xiang Yu waved his hand lightly and said with a smile, our military police camp is short on manpower and cannot search the entire city for Lin Muyu. That is why we have come to the Imperial Army camp to ask General Feng to act on our behalf. The Imperial Army of 30,000 is enough to turn the Imperial capital upside down to capture Lin Muyu. Feng Jixing's heart trembled. He cupped his hands and said, Milord, please forgive this general for being powerless. Why? Lanyan City is the Imperial capital, the city of true dragons. If we wish to search the entire city for Lin Muyu, we must have His Majesty's handwritten decree. Otherwise, this general cannot comply. The Imperial Army's mission is to protect the Imperial City, not to capture felons. Feng Jixing said it straightforwardly, without the slightest intention of giving in. Xiang Yu slowly rose to his feet and looked at him coldly. General Feng has reminded me that I must go to Zhe Tian Temple to have an audience with His Majesty first before I can search for the criminal. Feng Jixing smiled faintly. Yes, milord, you have come in vain. Xiang Yu's expression was cold. He walked down from the commander's seat and stepped on the dark blue carpet of the Central Army tent. He looked at Feng Jixing with a cold gaze and said with a smile, How can I come in vain? I heard that General Feng has studied ancestor Xiang Wintian's wind saber technique for many years and is known as the strongest master of wind saber technique in the empire. I happen to be free today. Can you enlighten me? Feng Jixing was stunned. This general dares not fight with you, milord. It's okay. It's just a sparring session. Xiang Yu raised his hand and pulled out a saber from his subordinate's waist. He said with a smile, Xiang Yu is not good at using a saber and is not qualified to use one. Is it okay for me to borrow this subordinate's saber, General Feng? Feng Jixing's heart trembled. He took the saber from his subordinate and cupped his hands and said, Milord, we won't overdo it. Okay. Slowly spreading his battle chi, Xiang Yu's battle robe fluttered behind him and the light on the saber sword. He was a powerhouse who had stepped into the second layer of Heaven Realm. Naturally, his aura was much stronger than Feng Jixing, a first-layer Heaven Realm powerhouse. With a slight tremble of the saber, he had already launched an attack. The blade cut through the air fiercely. After 5 consecutive slashes, the flames all over his body soared. The first-grade martial soul, Trampling Fire Tiger, was released. This was the legendary martial soul that Xiang Wentian once possessed, mighty battle chi. Dang dang dang, sparks splashed. Feng Jixing blocked several times in a row and lowered his feet to sweep out. Xiang Yu leaped up to avoid this attack. In the air, the sharp claws of the Trampling Fire Tiger fused with the saber, and a powerful and heavy saber slashed toward Feng Jixing's neck. Feng Jixing's movement technique was excellent. As soon as the saber hilt touched the ground, he used the force to slide half a meter and soared into the sky with his battle boots covered in battle chi. Bang! With a heavy blow, Xiang Yu's fist landed on Feng Jixing's battle boots. Battle chi surged and the wind formed a shock wave, causing the surrounding generals to retreat several steps. Feng Jixing looked up at the sky, purple battle chi all over his body. His second-grade martial soul, Purple Electric Flame Wolf, had already been released, and his eyes were filled with an unyielding fighting spirit. Again. Xiang Yu stayed in the air for a few seconds, then suddenly waved his long saber and slashed down again, using the same windwalking saber technique. Dang dang dang, another series of collisions occurred. Feng Jixing was forced to retreat again and again. Suddenly, a cold light was pressed against his neck. Behind him was a pillar of the tent, and there was no way to retreat. The saber in Xiang Yu's hand was pressed straight against Feng Jixing's neck, his face brimming with a smile. It seems that General Feng's windwalking saber technique has not been cultivated to perfection. With that said, he withdrew his saber and said, since the Imperial Guard is unwilling to move out to search for Lin Muyu, then it's a good thing the military police battalion came. Watching Xiang Yu's receding figure, Feng Jixing let out a long sigh of relief. At the side, Luo Lai said, Commander, with your saber cultivation, you shouldn't have been subdued by Xiang Yu's clumsy move just now. Feng Jixing's expression was complicated. He slowly shook his head and said, a loss is a loss, there's no need to say anything more. Xiang Yu, he's someone we can't afford to offend. Even Xiang Yu has begun to interfere in this matter. Yu is becoming more and more dangerous. Immediately send Yu Yu's letter to Silver Fir City and have the people there search for evidence faster. Otherwise, we won't be able to prove Yu's innocence. Yes. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.